So let's go ahead and welcome everybody to the next episode. What is I don't I'm running out of. We'll number it later,
Yeah,
but
we'll number it later because I want to say it's seven.
something like that. And I
Yeah,
want to see what that shirt says.
the shirt that I have on.
Yeah, this
Oh,
person has been rated R. Odds for resilient.
yeah. I give her a shout out. One of my customers came in. She wrote a book called Resilient Walker. And yeah, man, like she had like when she came in, she had a box and it
Okay,
said like right around. I was like, whatever that is hard. Just looking at the design. And she was like, "Oh, I'll bring you something. What kind of size you wear?" I was like, "Oh, like 2X." She was like, "No, I'm gonna bring you a 1X." I'm like, "All right, cool, whatever." And she brought it to me while I was in New York, so I didn't get to see her. But I did my research on her. Hold on, let me
and
see.
that is the shirt you're wearing now.
That is the shirt. I've been wearing this ever since she gave it to me.
I'm questioning the aroma.
What? What you mean?
You've been wearing this ever since she gave it to you.
Oh yeah, exactly. Her name is
So,
Cherie Walker. She is a
ah,
super power magical disruptor. I was like,
what
but
is
she made a book called Resilient Walker though.
okay? So it's a pun on her own name. It's not about her walking. It's
No,
okay. Got it. And does that shirt fall underneath the category of hottest, softest merch in the game? Or how do you rate that?
I
Is it a sweater?
rated man. I'm gonna give it 4 stars.
Ooh,
You know what I'm
out of
saying?
what?
Like, huh?
Out of
Out of
10?
five.
Out of five. Okay, out of five. Four out
I
of
give it
five.
4 stars out of five. And that's not. I'm the only reason I'm giving her not giving her a five because she if it was like man, like it's not Versace level. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I'll say like at a three, that's like regular streetwear level. This is above regular
So
streetwear
that's
level.
beyond regular streetwear.
Yeah, it's beyond regular streetwear. It actually feels really, really good. That's why I've been wearing it ever since she gave it to me.
See, I think the question is this though, because a lot of things feel good out the box, right?
Uh-huh.
What happens after you wash it? That's
Oh yeah,
a
that's what I'm
lot of
saying.
stuff. The whole feel of it changes. You wash it, and all of a sudden, I mean, I'm not talking about the thing shrinking. I'm talking about you wash something, and what was soft and inviting has suddenly lost. It just flat.
It becomes coarse. Now that's why I'm giving her the 4 out of 5. Like, yeah, I don't think it's gonna get coarse because like you got to see the inside of this. Because when I saw the inside, I was like, oh wow, this is a good sweater. You know what I'm saying? And like the screen printing feels really, really, really good on it.
So
It's a very, very quality
what's it
sweater.
made of?
I think this is cotton. Yeah,
The
it's cotton.
tag didn't tell you.
Not really. I'll take the tag off just to see. Hold on. Let's see. Ah. Oh no, it don't say.
Yeah. See, there's indication. If it
Oh, hold
doesn't
on.
say what it is, it's probably something cheap.
No,
But
no. Oh no.
nope.
70% cotton, 30% polyester.
Okay. Is
Seventy
that
thirty blend.
is that a good thing? Do we want hundred
That's a good
percent?
thing. I
Okay.
mean, yeah, it's a good thing. That's why it feels the way it feels. It feels really good. Like
Okay.
she 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 did her thing.
Okay. And you gave her a shout out. Oh wow,
Giving her a shot.
we uh we have like quasi sponsors now.
Hey man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you never know. I'll tell her, I'll be like, hey, I got a podcast now. You can come on and talk to us.
Go. There we
Yeah,
go.
man.
And I'm not okay. So Quentin has decided how many green shirts you got.
Uh, Probably about 20 plus.
Holy crap.
That's why I
You
say I'm
got
always in green.
yeah, man, you gotta keep some t-shirts on you.
He's got a lot of the same ones. It's like
Yeah.
I
Right.
saw this years ago. Now this could be entirely, and I might be using the word wrong. Apocryphal. Okay. So there are things that there are stories that people tell that are pretty much accepted as being true, but they're not. So like there's a story uh, that I don't even some sort of quote, Albert Einstein believes that the human mind has a maximum capacity they can run at, and he doesn't want to waste brain power on things that don't merit wasting brain power on. Right? There's some people that I kind of apply that to people in my life. There's some people I don't have to waste time with, and I try to avoid them because they're just not good use of my existence. Right?
Right.
Sounds bad, but it's true, right? So they say, and I think this is something that came about because it was included in a movie. So whether or not Einstein truly did this, I don't know. They say that Albert Einstein basically wears the same clothes every day. Not the same exact clothes, but his entire wardrobe is identical.
Yeah.
So
they
he
said that
doesn't
about
have
Mark
to-
Zuckerberg too.
What's that?
Mark Zuckerberg does
Well,
the
that's
same
the thing,
too.
and so does Steve Jobs.
Yeah, Steve Jobs.
People like that copied that trait from Einstein.
Uh-huh.
They don't want to waste time choosing what to wear. So essentially, their entire closet is the same thing. It's the same shirt, the same pants, the same shoes every day. But it's a different pair of the same thing. Like Quentin has 20 plus green shirts. So in the morning he wakes up, doesn't have to put any thought into what am I going to wear. Just grab a green shirt. Right? It's the same shirt.
But you know what? The Zuck has been changing lately, though.
Well, because he finally realized he has money.
Right.
I mean, it takes some of these guys a while to realize they have money. And that's what's nuts, right? There are people, okay, so lifestyle, right? Now, people like Zuckerberg, as far as I know, that dude was never poor. Right? I don't think he was ever like really hurting for money.
No.
Right? I mean, the dude met his future partners and future frenemies at Harvard.
At Harvard, yeah.
Right?
He
So
wasn't. You can't. Ain't a lot of broke people going to Harvard.
Yeah. So he's not some scholarship baby going to Harvard, right?
No.
At the same time, he probably wasn't a trust fund baby either. But he was going to Harvard. He came from he must have had a solid background, right? So Zuck wasn't like hurting, but a lot of people have lifestyle habits because they grew up without money that kind of affect. There is a point in their lives where these habits help them to amass more money, but then they reach a point where it hurt them. Okay, Raymond, you and I know of a family-owned business. We're not going to say it out loud who they are. We know of a family-owned business that basically they're like a high $1 million to $1 billion business that operates like a small mom and pop in a way.
Yep.
And I believe, they operated that way to amass because they didn't have all this money in the beginning. They built it. They really did build it.
They built it from the ground up. Yep.
But a lot of the strategies, the traits that allowed them to build it I believe it held them back at a certain point in time. They could become much bigger if they would start spending money.
Oh yeah. They could. Right? They actually could be the biggest.
They could be really, really big. The thing is that they say, and a penny saved is a penny earned is true, but there comes a point in time where you got to spend pennies to make those pennies, right? And in their corporate culture, they have a lot of staff that are doing double, triple duty, multiple different aspects to their company, and instead of a staff member being given duties in one area exclusively, it makes sense though. This person's here; they have some spare time.
Yeah, I used to be one.
Yeah, there you go. I know. Let's give these people multiple responsibilities, right? And a lot of times they give them responsibilities in areas they have no expertise in. Okay, so periodically they'll bring in a consultant that has expertise in an area, but it's rare, right? They'll try to say, we can learn that, and then they roll with it, right?
Yeah.
And so Zuck, I think, is like that. So the dude, I know that he went to Harvard, but I think he's more along the lines of you don't want to say a broke college student, but he's not a rich college student.
Yeah.
Right. He was relying on, what's the dude's name? Eduardo. Eduardo for some startup cash, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say he's like a ramen guy, but but look at him. He built this company up, put all his time into work, and he's one of the brokest looking billionaires I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Right.
But
That might be
like we
intentional.
say,
That could be intentional, right?
no, he does the Einstein thing. He did not want to think about what
Yeah.
to wear, and he just wanted to focus on Facebook.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I get it.
I get
He
it.
built
Makes sense.
Facebook.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But where it's, I'm almost like proud of him now is because
Oh yeah.
now he's starting to wear real
The
clothes.
dude got to
He's
glow
starting
up.
to work out.
Yeah.
He grew out his hair. Um, he even has a car on West Coast Customs. They tried to make a Panamera minivan. Where I was like, oh, he used some of his brain power.
That's just wrong though. Okay, so I
It
mean,
was
so
wrong.
the guy is finally embracing the fact that it's okay if spending his entire life embroiled in growing out his business, innovating in his business was his thing, right? If that's what gave him extreme joy, more power to him, right? But a
Yeah.
lot of times some guys are doing this because that's all they know, and they're not. We look at them and we don't think they're enjoying the fruits of their labor,
Right.
right? Like I took an assessment of myself pretty recently, and I was looking at myself and saying, it is because I do work a lot. I tend to spend a lot of time research. I mean, I research stuff. I do a lot of consulting, but I'm thinking to myself, do I really enjoy the work? I mean, I do enjoy solving things, but is my enjoyment that I derive from my work as great as my enjoyment from other things? Right?
Mm.
And then you ask yourself, if it's not, why am I working so hard, right? How did I end up prioritizing more of my time working versus the other things I like to do? I mean, I have hobbies, but why is that question? And then you look at, okay, I mean, so now I'm trying to step back from working so much to try to enjoy other things, right? I mean, some things become more important as you get older. Like, for example, fitness becomes an important part of your life as you get older and you realize that you want to live longer and you're stuck with the body you got. So, the time when we'll be able to replace organs as they fail is not here yet.
Mm.
And I'm really hoping I'm hoping that we live long enough to see a world where body parts are replaceable. I mean, real body parts, not like, we have fake limbs and stuff now. I guess if you want to, they can grow an ear and put it on you. Is that correct?
Yeah, but you want him to grow a leg and put it back on.
Not necessarily a leg, maybe. I'm talking about like a kidney, right? Heart failure comes along. I mean, true replacement, not some transplant that has a 50-50 chance of just plain working to begin with and may only last X number of years and you can't go stressful with it, right? We're talking like wholesale replacement and not from some parts bin. Like, okay, there's some death row inmate that has my heart. No, we're talking like they're growing you a new one based on your genetics, but they've removed the stuff that's making yours fail.
Oh, I mean, you don't even consider like something 3D printed.
I mean, maybe that too. If it functions as
If
well
it functions,
or better,
yeah.
and it doesn't inhibit. So basically, you're looking at a time where essentially, and it gets controversial at this point, where the human lifespan could be forever. Right? So let's say, okay, so Raymond, let's say they could 3D print a heart. Now, let's say it's being 3D printed out of an inorganic material, right? So it's not going to age, right? So we're not talking about 3D printing something out of flesh. We're talking about 3D printing something that's not alive, right? So it's going to run in you, and it's an artificial heart that's perfect. Right? Well, because were you think about 3D printing a actual flesh and blood human heart?
I thought I thought there was like 3D. Once 3D printing started coming out, they started talking about stuff like that,
Yeah, but
like 3D printing limbs
but think
and
about it.
certain organs.
They could 3D print those organs, but they'd have to 3D print them out of materials that would work in the body. And
Right.
there's nothing right now that allows you to 3D print a living thing.
No, definitely not.
So a 3D printed heart or a 3D printed limb would be artificial.
I think I think it's something that's way further down the line. I just look at like 3D printing is like right now it's a primitive thing, but eventually it could get to that point
Well,
because it's like
yeah, I mean, I think so too. I mean, think about this. Okay, so there are artificial hearts. There are artificial
uh
hearts. They do make those, right?
hmm
I think the ability to 3D print one isn't that far off.
right.
But the artificial heart itself is still pretty primitive as a replacement organ. It's
Yeah, because
not.
I would think a artificial heart is like made out of straight plastic.
Yeah, it's an artificial heart, and I don't even think they have full.
Yeah, it probably don't
I
even
think it's
suck.
like valve replacement. Of course, we're not medical experts. We don't know what we're talking about. We're at this point,
Yeah,
we are like this is it's like a William Shatner style conversation about a future thing that.
but we got a bigger concept of what we talking about though.
Yeah, yeah,
We just trying to get to the. We're just giving the example.
yeah. So imagine they could 3D print body parts. So like a 3D
Mhm.
printed limb would be an artificial limb, right? A truly artificial limb. It wouldn't even really look real because
No,
a lot of times trying to make it look real conflicts with the function of it. Because you got to
right.
make it work. You got to have the fingers open and closed to grab stuff. And to try to make it look real may not work with making it actually work,
Right.
hmm
right? So, but imagine a time where basically you could replace every single part of the body. Now, early on, they may be all artificial and might not look real, but at some point in time, if the question is how do you maintain the consciousness? I guess the if you can replace everything, only part that you couldn't replace would be the brain, right? But this is where we get into this AI conversation. If you could train an AI to think like, so basically you have a computer watching you for 10 years, right? Seeing how you make decisions. It's learning. It's learning by observing you for 10 years and you are explaining to it how you're coming to decisions,
Right.
right? So the objective of this AI is to learn how to be you. Okay, so all its decision making at some point in time is in line with yours,
hmm
right? It will you will put into it all of your memories, right? Up until the point where you interact with it, you're explaining to it what's happened to you in the past. In the time that you're interacting with it, it is observing what you are seeing in the moment.
hmm
So it is recording. It's able to record the memories that you are now experiencing because it's experiencing them with you, right? And I guess you could give it a narrative as things are happening. You can talk to it and tell it how you're feeling about what you're seeing. So it really is getting your feedback on a memory, right? Because a memory to us is not just a frame by frame recording of an event, right? It's how the event made us feel, right? It's how we reacted to the event. Okay. So if you can give a computer all that, so let's say you give it 10 years of observing you and it learn basically it's learning. Okay. And it's learning to be you. Right. At what point in time is that thing become aware, become actually sentient? And that's the thing they're talking about now is like AI is not sentient yet. AI is
No,
still a machine. It can't really think for itself. It's not self-aware at this point in time.
I don't think it will ever. I don't think it should ever be sentient. Like it's like I finally saw Superman,
Oh, did you? Okay.
the new one, and you remember when they beat up the robots? They like
Yes,
when
yes,
Lex
yes,
Luthor
yes.
found the Fortress of Solitude.
The super
I think
bots are
it
super.
the robot said something where it was like almost to the degree of I'm not here to be a real person. I don't
Yeah.
really think I'm just here to serve you.
Hmm.
Like that's his I think that's how AI has to always be. It should never be sentient. It should not have
Well,
it should never be able to think on its own.
there's that thing, is that And I know that there's people out there trying to create that, because the question is can something artificial like that ever be actually truly sentient?
It will become sentient.
No, I
Yes.
mean, no, I mean, it has to be. It has to reach a point. I mean, like, how do you define what is sentient? I mean, like,
Purpose.
the well, if it's purpose, then those things have a purpose. Those things are there to
But the
defend
thing
and serve
is,
him.
it is where it becomes sentient, right? Because right now AI has a purpose. It answers my questions. That's what AI does for me, right?
Okay.
Once AI starts to determine its own purpose, that's when it becomes sentient. Like it's like Skynet.
Yeah.
It came up with a purpose to destroy all
Well,
humans.
not just purpose. Remember, a machine can have a purpose. A machine can figure out its own. I guess it's
I would
when.
say create its own purpose. Like right now, we create its purpose. I'm saying like when AI is like, okay, I want to go and I want to run a marathon. And it just decided to run a marathon. It decided to build its own robot to run a marathon. That's when it became sentient.
Oh, I know, because they say that they could. People are programming machines to think for themselves, but the reality is that they're not really thinking for themselves. They're being programmed to think for themselves, right? Somebody's telling it to think for itself. Okay.
Uh,
Where is so they have machines right now that you can interact with that seem completely autonomous. They seem completely sentient, but they're not,
uh,
because they were given parameters to think within, right? They're trying to make, they're trying to get it. I don't know where that line is where they've succeeded in getting this thing to really think for itself, right? There's that question. Where does it truly think for itself? Where does a computer designed to think like you? And I guess technically it can never become you, because it's a copy. It's a copy of a person, right?
yeah.
Okay. But it can become its own version of that copy. That's like, okay, so actually another hot button, cloning,
Uh,
right? The process of cloning human beings is banned, right?
yeah. I
They've
don't think you
cloned
should do it.
they've cloned animals already. What was that sheep's name? Dolly, was it? Dolly the sheep is a clone.
Uh-huh.
They've successfully cloned animals. It can be done, right? And I think Dolly was the first successful cloning of an animal. It is it's genetically identical to what it came from. Okay, but remember, clones don't just come out of this. Clones don't just pop out adult full clones, right? They're born, right? This
Yeah.
this clone of the sheep had to be birthed, right? So a clone created today of one of us wouldn't look like this until what 50 for me and Quentin, 50 plus years for Raymond, 30 plus years from now.
So it
Anyway,
doesn't accelerate.
no, no, they can't accelerate the aging process. They can't.
Oh, okay. So it's just
So
like regular birth.
it's regular birth, and it has to be, if it's a human clone. I mean, that's a thing. So test tube babies are not gestated in test tubes. They are they are combined in a test tube and then implanted in a human, right? They have to develop inside a human being. So human clones, if they ever did them, would be birthed like regular people, and then they'd grow up, and then at some point in time. So let's say the best chance you have of seeing if it really truly worked, I guess they'll know it worked, is clone a 5-year-old, right? If you
Yeah.
clone a 5-year-old or clone a 3-year-old, in 3 years you'll see if it looks exactly like what you started with, right?
I
Cloning a
mean, but it's
55-year-old.
like that defeat. Like to me, that just defeats the purpose.
What?
Like even I until we just had this conversation, I never thought cloning was futile, and it really is. Unless you're
No,
trying to
no.
be like, huh?
Well, think about this. Let's say that you wanted to raise a child that's exactly like you. If okay, so okay.
I would go raise a child.
Well, no, 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 no. Think about it. Let's say that that you're genetically perfect. You're a 34-year, like, let's say that you're a 34-year-old man who's genetically perfect. I mean, like, you pack on muscle real fast. You lose weight real fast. You're 6'3", right? Everything desirable, every trait desirable you got, right? And, nowadays there's a lot of single people who want to have kids, right? Single women can become single mothers. A single man can hire a surrogate to carry something, but they just have to get genetic material to make it happen, right? Mm-hmm. So right now, Raymond, if you wanted to have a child that's only yours and no one else can lay claim to it, you can hire a surrogate to carry it. You can provide your sperm, get somebody to provide an egg. Mm-hmm. And at that point, what they do is they search for people with really good genetics. They look for women, like you would look for a woman with really strong genetics, no disease. I mean, like, because you want the kid to have the best chance of getting everything, right?
Yep. I'm trying to get a tall woman that where I can have the next Shaq.
Yep. You combine your DNA with hers, and you'd put it inside this surrogate, but you won't know what's going to come out, right? Combining your DNA with someone else's DNA, it's a crapshoot, right? They could pop out this freaking 5'2" kid, right? You never know. Just because you're tall and she's tall doesn't mean he's going to be tall, right? But if you are everything you want in a child, you could raise your own clone.
And then be a single father?
Well, no. I mean, I'm not saying you should do this, right? But there are people out there who are doing this. There's a bunch of people.
That's why I'm like, yo, this is futile. You going to clone something that's just like you, just for you to be a single father.
Well, no. Well, imagine you've got let's say a married situation, right? Let's say you want like 4 kids, right? Or 2, at least 3, right? Let's call it 3. You've got great genetics. Your partner's got great genetics, right? Because we're not going to assume that these people are married, right?
Right.
So you and your partner have great genetics, right? And we're going to assume a male-female coupling here, okay?
Right.
So let's say that you want to roll the dice on 2 of them. You have actual kids together. You're going to combine your DNAs and have actual kids, right? And then the other 2, you're going to go the safe route. She's smart. She's tall. She's hot. Clone her.
Right.
Clone you. So you have 2 mini-me's. So you have a clone of her, a clone of you, and 2 crapshoots. And the 2 might turn out to be pretty solid. You don't know. But you're hedging your bets knowing you're going to have a kid who's 6 foot plus because he's your clone.
Right.
You're going to know exactly what age he can do. I mean, like, okay, I mean, what's the best age for him to start a rigorous workout routine? You can kind of think back to your own background. He's you. Right? That's what cloning can do for you. You want to reproduce people who have... Now, of course, there's... I guess that's the physicality of it. There's no guarantee your clone will be you in the head. I mean, in terms of intelligence.
No.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how cloning really works. None of us know how cloning works for a human being.
Yeah.
Because, Dolly the sheep popped out and she went bang. Every sheep makes that sound. They don't talk, so you don't know how smart it is compared to its mother or its source.
And you don't know because like how you just said, it doesn't grow rapidly. I think honestly, like you bring this up, I never really thought about it, but that's where zombies is gonna come from. We're gonna look up in 10 to 15 years of this clone being alive, it's gonna turn into a zombie and start biting people.
I thought about a clone, and what about the brain capacity of the new clone? When you say it grows at a regular rate, will it be as smart? Will it get the same education if you don't educate it the same way?
Remember, a clone is just a genetically identical copy of you starting over.
I get that.
It's not going to get your memories. It's not going to get your experiences.
No, I get that, but let's say you wanted to be as smart as you were at a certain age, or at the certain age, you would have to make sure that it learned the same things you learned. Right?
No. Remember, knowledge and intelligence are 2 different things. Okay, it may be as smart as you without the knowledge of you.
Right.
I mean, intelligence is okay. So that's why a lot of times they don't like America doesn't like intelligence tests right now. IQ tests. They don't like them because they divide people. Right. It's separating, like the bell curve of intelligence is a way to divide people. Right. A lot of times they don't want people identified as being smarter. Okay. Because it makes people who are not as smart feel bad.
Okay.
Okay. But when we were kids, they had all sorts of tests to try to see how smart we were. There was the Iowa test for one. Okay.
We talked about that the other day.
You have a lot of tests for intelligence. Okay. These IQ tests determine your ability to think and reason.
Yep. We had exit exams where it's like if you didn't think and reason at a certain level, you need to stay in school.
Now, of course, there's other tests that SATs don't measure intelligence. Okay, it's an aptitude, but SATs, they force you to apply things you've learned. It's a knowledge test, like tests in school. They're knowledge tests. They're not testing to see how smart you are. They're testing to see if you've retained the knowledge in the materials, right? You don't have to be a rocket scientist to pass a history exam. You just have to read the materials enough that you remember the material. Okay? So the tests that they administer do nothing to tell you how smart. I mean, like an idiot can pass that test as long as if he's forced to read the material over and over and over again, he'll pass it, right? Super smart person will fail it if they don't read the material because the test is about knowledge. Doesn't matter how smart you are. If you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer.
Yep.
Right? You can guess at it, okay, but it's not the same as knowing, right? But Iowa tests are all about intelligence. IQ tests are all about intelligence, okay? Now, what's controversial about some of them is that some of them use terms that will be unfamiliar to certain people. If you've never, I remember this when I was younger, they were railing against standardized tests because if a question comes up and the whole question is based on a scenario about a regatta, right? If you don't know what a regatta is, you may be unable to approach the question properly, right? And so they claim that most of the standardized tests favor middle class and above white people because the scenarios that they present are scenarios familiar to middle class and above white people. I guess technically it would be middle class and above any people, right? Because if you're rich, you know what a regatta is. Okay, if you grew up going to regattas or sailing events, right? So if you grew up around regattas, it didn't matter how, because in order to grow up around regattas, you gotta have money. It doesn't matter what your skin color
is. The hell is a regatta?
What's that?
What is a regatta?
It's a sailing event. It's a race. It's a waterborne race. That's what a regatta is.
Boat and yacht races.
Yacht racing, yeah. Like
you racing yachts?
Yeah, like you've seen like the America's Cup is a regatta. They're not like yachts like Diddy has. They're like those.
When did Diddy have a yacht?
I'm sure he's got a yacht.
Yeah.
I'm sure Diddy's got a yacht somewhere.
He said Diddy had a yacht,
and it's probably called the Moby Dick, or There She Blows. No, but a yacht, a regatta is. So you've seen those. Basically, they're probably, I think they're like 30 or 40 footers. They don't have engines. They have those gigantic sails, and the crew of people is. I mean, they're fast. They're really, really fast. So regattas are sailing events. The America's Cup is one of them. So if you look that up, hold on, I'll bring up something. Let me bring it up on screen. Like Tommy Hilfiger does. So actually, the whole Hilfiger brand is based around regattas. The Tommy Hilfiger, the white and red logo for Hilfiger, is a signal flag from yacht racing.
Yep, and that's why he said it wasn't made for black people.
Yeah. So there we go. I mean, like that's That's the brand. In fact, and there's a whole line of Omega watch products that have that are designed for, like, I think there's an America's Cup Omega. What's it called? I forgot the model name. Yeah, but they're all for racing. In fact, one of my watches, I've got a Breitling that's that same model. There's a Regatta edition, right? And you'll see them. It's all about nautical flags.
Yeah. Seamaster Regatta Titan.
What's that?
Wait, it's an Omega Seamaster Regatta.
Yeah.
The Regatta must have been popping. Dude, I mean, like, he made a whole line about it.
Dude, no, a lot of the watches are actually made. So there's a watch brand which is, I think it's defunct now. I've wanted one for a long time, but never thought really about getting it because it's not, I only buy things that increase in value, right? It's kind of, so I'm one of those watch people that's kind of a true collector will look down upon a person like myself in the watch world, because a true collector collects what they like, right? I would be like an art collector that only collected what I like as long as it went up in value. So I wouldn't collect art that would lose money, right? So if I'm buying it as much for the investment as I am for the fact that I like it, right? And I think that the value performance is kind of affecting if I like it or not, right? That's just the reality of things. So there's a watch brand called Quorum. Never got one. They look really cool. Never got one because they drop like a stone in value. They're never going to go up. And they make a really cool watch called the Quorum. I forget the name of it. It's spelled Corum, and the entire bezel is covered in nautical flags. And there's a version they make where the movement can track the tides. It's a really cool watch. It's awesome, but it's super niche and it goes down in value so fast. And so I just never. But it's really cool, and so it's a Regatta based watch.
Regatta.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now. That's where sailing teams, and that's where I'll get it now.
Yeah. In fact, what's his name? I mean, like, before this whole space race thing, before millionaires were trying to go to space, before millionaires were buying aerospace companies, those old school millionaires would invest in regatta teams, and they still do. They still do. A lot of these boats are super expensive. And it takes a lot of money to field a regatta team. Yeah,
and a boat is expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, I always go back because I still remember this to this day. I remember we had like a competition in college on and everybody had like different like research projects. And I remember my homie, he had his research project was something about space. I want to say it was like going to Mars or something like that. And the teachers, like, oh my God, super stumped him. Where it was like, I remember him working on this thing, right? And when she stumped him, I was like, dang, I ain't never thought about it like that. She was like, I don't understand why we spent all this time trying to explore other planets when we haven't even explored our own planet. We have not even explored most of the ocean yet, but you're trying to tell me that we need to go to space. And when she said that, it stopped me for a second, and it was like I never thought about it. And after that, it just opened up a rabbit hole where it was like, Jesus Christ, the Earth is like, what, 75% water? We haven't explored like 10% of it yet.
Well, think about that. I mean, like, there's a reason for that. I mean, and actually space too. I mean, why?
They lied about space. They're actually, like, Elon Musk know that they lied about space.
What do you mean they lied about space?
They lied about going to the moon.
Okay, we're going here now. We're going to.
It's the truth. Like they just broke it down. Like,
hold on. Okay.
When they went to the moon, all the moon landing and all the equipment they destroyed it. Why would you destroy something like that?
Well, no, they haven't. Okay, hold on. Okay.
And then what they said, to refuel and to get to the moon, it would take 12 rockets. They did it with one.
Okay, so
why don't we have that technology now?
What we got to do is this. Okay, so this is what I know. Okay, so before I mean, I'm gonna jump on the side of they did do it, right? But we can see the moon's surface, not with a. I mean, technically you could look at it, right? But with a telescope, you could see the surface of the moon. I mean, that is the definitive yes, we were there moment. If you just gotta understand, because we planted a flag there, right? The footprints are supposedly still there because since the atmosphere doesn't move, everything there is pretty much permanent, right? Okay. So before we say that we didn't go there, okay, we just gotta look. I mean, we have to research and find out if we were, because you'd see the remnants of, because we left the flag and I think we left the rover. We left stuff there, the same way that the stuff on Mars is going to be there forever, right? We landed a rover on Mars, right? There's a Mars rover. Okay, the Mars rover is going to be there forever. When it finally powers down, when it runs out of juice and it can't operate anymore, stuck there. Right? There's no wind on Mars. There's no wind on the moon. The moon is essentially almost atmosphereless. Okay, and that's why the flag itself, if you've seen the flag that they supposedly put on the moon, it's not a flag that blows in the wind. It's like a realty sign. You know, the realtor sign in your front yard, the pole goes in the ground and then there's a thing jutting out and the sign hangs from it. So the US flag on the moon is like that. It has, there's two pieces of whatever, aluminum, because the flag, if the flag didn't have something to keep it unfurled, it would just flop down. Right? So the solution there would be to just look through a telescope because they know where it is if they put it there, right? And if you can see it, and if you could see it, we've been there. If you can't, we haven't. That's the simple. It's kind of like the ultimate solution for Loch Ness is to drain it if it's possible, which is not. It's not possible to drain that thing, right?
Yeah. I think it's not possible to go to the moon. Thus, we can't prove it.
Well, no, but
I just don't think it's possible.
Well, but that's your take, right? But I'm admitting I'm no rocket scientist. I don't have the understanding about getting there. But I believe that they did, right?
Man, and if we can, who's making the rockets right now, just came out and said, I don't even know how they did that, and I think they were lying because I can't even get there right now.
But remember,
I'm making rockets.
Yeah, but that same guy is not exactly that stable, right? Who knows what he?
I mean, he's making electric cars, and electric cars all over the place.
But just like our grand and glorious leader, you can't trust half the stuff these guys say because a lot of it is for the views. You know, they'll say stuff just to
like they said they went to the moon.
But truly, Raymond, there's a calculation for H2, hydrogen, that you can actually make to get the rocket out of space. I actually had a class that I had to calculate it. Yeah. There's supposed to be enough in the two tanks that you can actually lift it off the ground and get it out of the atmosphere. The tanks drop off at a certain point because you have enough velocity to actually escape the atmosphere. And there's a calculation. If I go back and find my old college books, I can find you that calculation. So that guy might be wrong on his calculation because I actually calculated it.
But I get it. But I'm listening to the person who's making rockets and shooting rockets into the air and bringing them back down to Earth. Yeah. And he said that I don't know how they did this. And then when you go and look at it, why would they destroy the technology that got us to the moon?
What do you mean they destroyed it? A lot of the technology that they use is on display.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that the Smithsonian.
Was it von Braun was the guy that actually made the calculations that are actually based on the things now? So all of that is able to be found. You can find those calculations somewhere. No, and they actually did it in my class, the class that I actually took in college, where you actually have to calculate the velocity for the space shuttle to leave the atmosphere.
No, but I'm gonna say this, okay? So when we talk about stuff that is, okay, so not going to the moon, okay, falls squarely under what we'll call conspiracy theory,
Okay.
Right? Okay. So, and it's, I mean, like, people can believe what they want. Earth is flat. We didn't go to the moon. All sorts of things, right? But there's, the the version that is supposed to be real says we did, right? Now, if it can be proven, then we can look at, so we should be able to look at the moon and see what we left there.
Mm.
Right? And actually, supposedly aren't they talking about going back again?
When they go back, I'll believe it.
No,
they ain't been back in how long?
Dude, no, but we have way more. I mean, like, they've reached Mars already. They have reached. I mean, the Mars rover is on Mars and transmitting images back to us now. So we've been. I mean, like, going to the moon should be no big deal anymore, right? We have people spending weeks and months actually through an administrative error. 2 U.S. astronauts spent months up on, is it Starlab or Space Lab? What's it called now? Our international. Oh, it's not even called either one. It's the ISS. It's the International Space Station.
Yeah.
Right. That's a thing. So going back to the moon should be no big deal now. But I understand that they're talking about doing it, and I think the reason why is they're actually floating the idea of a moon base, which is kind of weird. I mean, but okay. So back to it. Of course, there's a lot of this planet unexplored, right? Mm. But there's a reason why it is, okay? Because the environment is inhospitable, just like space. We can't exist in space without a lot of specialized equipment, right? Anything goes wrong, you're dead in space, right? Even going to this. Even something like what is it called? Parabolic flight, the vomit comet. You heard of that thing?
No.
The vomit comet is a regular plane that basically reaches the edge of space. It's called parabolic flight, where a plane. This is how astronauts train. A plane goes up, reaches just the edge of space, and comes back down. So there's a period of like 15 seconds where you experience weightlessness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is called the vomit comet because people typically vomit when they ride this thing, right? And that is the cheapest form. Who is it who has? There's like 2, or is it which billionaires are trying to create space tourism?
Oh, Blue Origin with Bezos, yeah.
And who else is? Musk is trying to do the long-term Mars thing, and the other one, the original bad boy.
Oh, Branson.
Branson's is called Blue, right?
I thought it was Virgin. Space.
Galactic.
Virgin Galactic.
Virgin Galactic, yeah.
I think Virgin Galactic space packages are parabolic flight, is what they are. They're not going into space and staying at a space station. That's what they are. Yeah. So where are we going with that? Oh, so. To exist in space for us, if you wanted to go to the International Space Station, there's a chance the environment outside of the ship going there could kill you. I mean, not could kill you, will kill you. Right? The environment outside of your ship going there will kill you. The environment outside of the space station will kill you. The environment coming back down on the outside of the ship will kill you again. I mean, like, the entire time you're there, something goes wrong, you're dead. Right? Even trying to leave the atmosphere or re-enter it. Okay, you could die, just like what happened with which one was that? Was it Challenger? Which one exploded?
Endeavor.
Was it Endeavor? Like the one where they actually? I was there. I was in school when that happened. Trippiest thing I've ever seen.
That was Challenger.
Challenger.
Was Challenger?
Yeah,
okay.
we in real time we watch that thing go boom, right? Because you're strapped into this machine powered by several tons of compacted fuel. You're strapped to a huge bomb taking you out of the atmosphere, right? Once you leave the atmosphere, what's outside that ship can kill you. Right? Even going up the atmosphere, what's outside that ship can kill you. And then coming back down, it's craziness, right?
Wow.
Underwater is even worse. Okay? Well, potentially worse. I mean, like, because can we breathe? Can you breathe in space? Absolutely not. No. Right? It's cold as hell too, right? Basically, I don't even know if you can survive in the vacuum of space outside of your suit even for seconds. I don't know if you can. I mean, I'm sure they know, but no one's ever talked about that. How long can you survive outside a spacesuit? I don't know. Is it possible? Okay. How long can you survive in the ocean without breathing apparatus? Okay. You might think as long as you can hold your breath, but no, it depends how deep you are.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like you can't survive outside of a pressurized vehicle at a certain depth for any amount of time because you'd be crushed immediately.
Right.
Right. Okay. So number one, the atmosphere can kill you. The pressure can kill you. The lack of oxygen can kill you. Okay. Can you see down there? Not at all. Okay. There's no light that penetrates beyond a certain depth. It has to be created man-made light, and it only goes so far, right? And do we know what's down there that deep?
I think it's more. I think people think it's more scarier than going to space. That's why they go to space.
I would be scared. I'd be more scared of that, right?
Yeah, because I mean, or even on a conspiracy thing, they're starting to say that the aliens are actually underwater, and they have vessels where they can move freely up underwater.
Actually, there's a conspiracy theory that I like that says that octopuses, whatever the plural of octopus is, those creatures.
That they're aliens.
That there are aliens, because they're unlike anything else, and they have incredibly high intelligence levels.
Super. And they actually color shift.
I mean, other things do that too, but
there's no other animal that really does what it does
to that level.
It has so many different chromosomes, more than the average fish.
I mean, there's very few things like it. The thought is that when we say that they're aliens, they're not like they came on a ship and are among us. Basically, the thought is that these things, whatever became them, didn't evolve here. Something life, it's alien life that crashed here inside a rock or something, and
potentially a meteor,
and evolved into that on this planet, right? Because nothing else is like them. Because they're bizarre creatures. I mean, they can fit through. Because you see them, they're like this big on one side of a pane of glass, and there's like a hole like this, and then all of a sudden it's able to go through the hole as if it was water, right? It's a creature with no skeleton. It's all muscle, and the muscle can change shape. I mean, the thing can almost become like a liquid, right? It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't become a liquid. Its body is so. It's so I don't even know what to call it, right? It's insane, right? So there's thought that those are alien in origin. So we're not going to call them aliens, but they're alien in origin. They've been here they've evolved here for millions of years, but they didn't start here, right? So if we evolved from creatures that started here, those things evolved from creatures that did not start here. There's that thought, but the underwater world is scary as hell because at least in space, I mean, if you're trapped in an inert ship, so your ship goes up there and runs out of fuel, right? And what you've got for however long the oxygen's going to last, or however long the power is going to last, because when that ship can no longer keep the interior at a good temperature for us, you'll freeze to death anyway. So you're either going to suffocate or you're going to freeze to death in a drifting ship, right? At least you can see. Okay, if you have windows, at least you can look out in space and see stars or whatever. If you are in a vehicle underneath the ocean that has suddenly become inert, okay, same scenario, right? Even if there were windows, you ain't gonna see squat. You're gonna die in darkness. This thing took a really severely dark turn, right? Die in darkness 3 miles down the ocean.
Yeah, like what was that happened?
What was that? Yeah, those people who went to go see that Titanic.
Yeah,
a bunch of billionaires decided to hop into a homemade submersible, and what I understand, it was controlled by something that, like a PlayStation controller, essentially.
Yeah, it was controlled by a PlayStation controller.
Dude, what kind of person amasses $1 billion fortune and hops into a ship and sees the dude sitting there with a PlayStation controller saying, "Let's go"? Right? That's just
That's
just nuts.
I mean, but it's crazy because it's like a lot of expensive things are ran by inexpensive like products. You know,
Yeah.
I like when I like it was shocking, but I got it. I understood it when they really talked about it. You know what I'm saying? It was just kind of like I can't believe y'all was in something that small and trying to go see the Titanic.
I
You know what I'm
mean,
saying?
well, the thing is, they've been there before. So
They have been there
okay. So
before.
this is not like the maiden voyage. That thing has done this before,
Right.
and I guess people have warned them before,
Yeah,
right?
you better watch yourself going down there. You tripping.
Yeah, it's just that no other organization really wanted to go. What's his face is, hasn't James
Cameron?
Cameron been down there?
Yeah, Cameron made it down there,
What did
yeah.
he take down there?
He took some just like that.
It must have been made better than that one.
And probably. But I mean, I don't think it was I ain't gonna say it was made completely better. I think it was out of the same thing. He probably wasn't using a PlayStation controller. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it's just a joystick.
Well, no,
He
because
probably just using a joystick.
what took him down there was a the people that built that. It's a research team, so
Yeah.
they're actual scientists, and they're funded to create something going on to research. The guy whose vessel imploded, right? They built that specifically for tourism. So it was a business venture. Hey, we're going down there and so I mean, we don't have the time right now to go online and search it all, but I'm gonna say that Cameron's version, because Rolex was a sponsor
Oh
of
yeah. I
Cameron's
think
thing.
he probably got a lot more money.
Yeah, in fact,
That's crazy. That's a
in fact, that's the origin of the deeps. This is the Sea Dweller Deep Sea, right?
um,
There's two versions of this watch. One version is this is the black version. The dial is all black, right? The other version is it goes from the top of the dial is a lighter a bluish black, and it gradually goes from bluish black to black on the bottom,
uh,
because that is to represent the layers of the ocean as you get deeper. So it gets as you get down further, you lose light,
yeah.
right? And so this watch was created specifically to commemorate. So that version, the one that has the graduated dial, is the James Cameron. I believe they call it the James Cameron version. So they actually inspired the creation of that. But I think that he definitely had better funding. And of course, he's been there more than once, from what I understand.
Yeah, Cameron, yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. He went to the bottom of the ocean, came back, and created Avatar. It just changed his whole perspective on life.
Right. But yeah, I mean, like those, I'm not too sure that I mean, I wouldn't, I like the idea of exploration. Like, I like exploration on land, right? The funny part is that equip a trained human enough, and there's nothing on land that he can't take on.
Yeah, that's easier. Yeah, I get
Right?
it.
What's the biggest land animal? Elephant, right?
Like a bear? Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
An elephant's the
Like
biggest land
yeah,
animal, right?
yeah, it's elephant.
I mean, they've killed people. They've killed a lot of people,
Oh
but
yeah, yeah, yeah.
they're not predatory. I actually know the African animal that's killed the most people is the elephant. No, I'm sorry,
The
the
hippo.
hippo. Those are dangerous as all hell,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. It got a problem.
But a human being equipped and trained
Fuck a hippo up.
can take hippo out, right? Because
Yeah.
number one, that the hippo's dangerous, right? And
Hmm.
everything about it. You know how to avoid it, right? And
Right.
highly doubtful it's going to sneak up on you. Okay,
Definitely not gonna sneak on.
unless
You'll
you're
sneak
in
up
its
on it.
yes, unless you're in its element. If you're in a boat on the Nile, yeah, you may have a chance of encountering it without seeing it, right?
Right.
So you know better than to be on a boat in the Nile.
Right. And they chase you
Yeah,
in the water.
yeah. So you know not to be in the water, right? So you can avoid it, and if it does come after you, I mean, you can take it on, right? You can,
Right.
if equipped properly. Equipped properly, we could take on bears,
Yeah.
right? I mean, they have a better chance of taking us out than we have taken them,
True.
especially if they surprise you within 20 feet or two. But still, you have a fighting chance if properly equipped. You got no chance against something in the water. No matter what you're equipped with, something in the water could take you. I mean, like, there's so much fast because, a great white shark could sneak up on you in the water. They can come at you any direction they want to. Right? Even things that are friendly could kill you. I was watching the video where some dude was swallowed by, what the heck? It's one of those filter feeding whales.
Like a sperm whale?
No. Sperm whale have teeth. Sperm whale actually are meat eaters. They're predators.
Oh yeah. No, but it's the blue whale, right?
Well, yeah, like a blue whale.
Okay, yeah.
Or yeah, what else is like that? Blue whales. What are the biggest? I think blue is the biggest. Those things.
I think blue. Yeah, the blue is the biggest.
They open their mouths up, and then there's baleen. So they strain the water, right?
Right.
Just because they don't eat large things doesn't mean that they can't get large things stuck in their mouths.
Right.
Right. So a whale could cruise by you, filtering out shrimp and stuff, krill, and accidentally grab you. Right.
Right.
There was this other. I was watching a video, and a surface feeding filter feeder came up, and it grabbed the guy by accident. Right. And luckily the guy didn't get lodged in its mouth. He popped out, didn't get taken down by the whale. But think about that. If a whale grabs you, he's not even realize what you are. Yeah. He's not trying to kill you. You're just like spinach stuck in its teeth.
Yeah.
Right? Beluga, I think I watched the video where friendly whales killed somebody, like dolphin type whales.
Yeah,
they were playing with somebody and grabbed them and took them down. Didn't realize
people can't. They didn't know that he can. He didn't know he can breathe underwater. They found out. They was like, "Oh shit, we killed him."
He ain't playing no more.
Yeah,
I was like, "Wait a minute, what's wrong with him?"
Who wants? Dude, I don't really feel like exploring the water.
I'll explore the water.
People can do that. Other people can explore the deep. I don't really feel like being down there and encountering some. Oh, look, I'm the first guy to discover a 90-foot squid, right?
I mean, so like with deep sea exploration, I was in a drone. I wouldn't want to. Okay. I wouldn't want to explore that, because whatever that thing is, Ocean Gate, whatever that thing was called, that can happen. Like we can die.
Yeah.
I would rather send a drone, but as far as like under the sea, like what got me into it, because I mean I've always been a water person anyway.
Okay.
But what really changed my mind on water is when it was a Joe Rogan episode, and I think the guy was everything. The guy was an astronaut and all types of stuff, and he talked about how he lived on the bottom of the ocean for 2 weeks. So they have like this facility that's at the bottom of the ocean. You go down there and you live down there for like 2 weeks. It's like it's pretty much like a cone, not a cone, but like like a bubble up underwater. So it's like you come up, and once you go, it's like he said, it's like coming out of the pool.
Yeah, like I've seen them.
You go out to the bottom, you come out the pool, and bam, it's air in there.
Yeah.
So when he explained it, and I didn't he's not the only one who talked about it. It was a lady who talked about her experience down there, and she said she cried having to come back up. She said she loved it so much she didn't want to come back up. And I was like, dang. Even the guy talked about how he interacted with the fish. He said, of course, you can't use the bathroom in the facility. He said, you got to put on, a snorkel, some, what are those? The flip-flops, the fins, and you swim out, and they got, a little outhouse type of thing. He said he swam out to the outhouse, and he walked out, and it was a big old grouper. He said, a giant grouper, like one you not catching. And he said all he saw was eye, and he said it was that big, and he said after that initial encounter, the thing almost became their friend. Mm-hmm. The fish was waiting to see them. Of course, because it's what the hell are these things? You know what I'm saying? But I would do that. Yeah, I'll go live at the bottom of the ocean for 2 weeks.
You're talking about a much more primitive setup, right? Because
it was a primitive setup.
Yeah, I mean, because essentially what it is, okay, so imagine this cup, right? Turn this cup upside down and put it in water, and it traps air inside it.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, it's very simple. I mean, if air is trapped no matter what, so what you do is you build. I mean, basically, the cup has a lid with a hole in it. Turn it upside down,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the thing. So that's, and I've seen they make really weird aquariums, where the aquarium has like, so picture an aquarium, right, with a top like this, and a clear tubular, like a plexiglass tube is coming out of the aquarium, and then there's another aquarium on top of it, right? So the fish basically, it's like a fish elevator. They can swim up in the other aquarium. See, same scenario except it's reversed. It's instead of the air being on the outside and water being on the inside, it's reversed. Essentially, it's like an aquarium for us under the water.
Right.
Right. But the more advanced versions are different. I mean, the more advanced versions are like, imagine a submarine. Okay. Because you can exit and enter a submarine underwater. Right, you can, because what they've got is they've got chambers where you enter. I mean, the chamber has water in it, so it's like in a bank, right? When in the bank, when those little rooms you get trapped in. So there was a period of time in the 90s where bank robberies were going crazy in Southern California, and every single bank forced customers to enter an anteroom. So the front door is locked. They buzz it open. You enter the room. That door closes. And now you're trapped inside the center room until the second door. So basically, they won't open the interior door until the exterior door locks. Right? So that's designed to stop you from escaping, or from entering. Period. So that's the way that. That
was actually smart. They should have kept that.
But it makes it slow getting in and out.
Yeah, I can get that too.
Right. So that's how a sub is. I mean, like, basically, you open up the exterior hatch, you swim into this room full of water, close that hatch. Okay. There's another hatch you get inside. That room drains, the water drains out. They pump it out. Now you have air in there, and you can open the lower hatch, right? That's how you get in and out of a sub. You can anchor a sub permanently on the bottom of a body of water, right? And you can enter and exit that way instead.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like the inverted cup scenario is the bargain way of doing it.
Right.
Right. So I've seen, and you can have bathrooms inside that facility, right? That will collect waste and pump it out like an RV at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You wouldn't release it into the ocean, right? But you would do something with it, right?
Right.
But yeah, I mean, again, it sounds like an experience, right? But the problem is this. I mean, like, thinking logically, if I wanted to go get an Airbnb cabin in the woods, right, in the mountains, it's kind of cool. Because if the cabin was to be hit, I mean, if an earthquake comes and the cabin gets rocked and the foundation cracks and a big ass crack appears in the wall, it's like, okay, I mean, like, and as long as the cabin doesn't fall in on you, you're okay.
Yeah.
Right? If anything was to damage this thing that you're living in underwater, the outside atmosphere,
it's gonna be kind of hard to get back to the top.
Yeah, would get you, right. And that's the problem. I mean, like, that's the reason why, just the whole concept. And actually, the kind of cool thing would be to create something that has an underwater component, but connects to the outside. I mean, like, so now we're talking weird stuff. Imagine building a house that's partially underwater.
So then if it has like the bank system where you have a two door, that would make it better. So then if it ever cracked, then it would be just contained to that area.
Well, no. That's if that part cracked. What are the rest of it? We're talking about that part getting damaged is not that big of a deal, right? It's the rest of it that you worry about.
Okay.
Right. But imagine this. Imagine a house built on a coastline where a part of it is actually underwater, right? But you don't have to go through the water to get to it. You can just go down the stairs into the underwater portion.
Yeah.
Right.
I would live like that too.
Yeah, you can live the underwater life without having to without having to go through.
And
the
if it
danger.
crack, it ain't that bad. I can swim up to the top.
Yeah, if it cracks, just run up the
It's
stairs.
just my house flooded.
Yeah, your lower basement flooded, right?
My lower basement flooded. That will be cool because like I don't know. It's just something that's serene about water to me. I love water.
And the cool thing is you can design it so that you can pump it out, right? It floods. I mean, like it floods, and so you have this pumping system. So if it does flood, obviously you have a repair person come out there and repair the crack, and then you can pump out the water. Like in the East Coast, we have bilge pumps in our basements. I used to, because I grew up in New Jersey, right? So in my basement, the foundation, it's funny, the foundation of the basement is not connected to the basement walls. So the basement walls come down, and then there's the foundation of the basement itself. There's a gap about 2 inches between the basement walls and the foundation. Okay, because the ground, because ground freezes over there, right?
Oh wow.
And so it expanding, contracting. If it was all together, it would crack, right? So there's enough room for the walls to move, so it doesn't. And in the corner, this is always really creepy. In the corner, because the space between the walls accumulates water sometimes, right? So water will accumulate, water will seep in, and there's a furrow there, and they run. And in one corner, there's a little wet, something about the size of a Home Depot bucket. That's how big the hole is, and it goes down. Okay, as a kid, that's the scariest part of the house, because there's a pump in there that pumps the water out of the house. So all the water that collects in that little well gets pumped out of the house, right? But there's always water in it. So it's like a toilet, right? The toilet device, it fills up to a certain level, and then it stops pumping water in. This thing pumps water out to a certain level and stops. So there's always, and I don't know how deep it is. Is it 3 inches deep? Is it 2 feet deep? I don't know, because I was less than 10 years old, right? Yeah. But it's a freaking, you're in a dark basement and there's a well in the corner. It's like you don't want to get near. You can imagine all sorts of creatures crawling out of the well, right? So that's the way it's designed. So the houses there are constantly pumped. It's like a bilge pump that pumps the water out of your basement constantly. Once it goes above a certain level, the pump turns on and it drains the water until it gets there again. And it takes a long time for the water level to get up. But every now and then, you'll hear it turn on, boom, 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 and then it's just kind of cool. But yeah, I can imagine a underwater room, an underwater level of a house, designed to be pumpable, because there's a good chance that there's going to be a leak at some point in time. And you don't want to have like an awesome hardwood floor down there that's going to get ruined by water, right? Because you're underwater. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool to have that. It's kind of Bond villainish, though, isn't it?
I mean, look, man. I think one day I will be a Bond villain.
Dude, have you seen that movie, The Meg?
No, I've never seen it.
You got to watch it because there's a research facility. It looks almost like a an oil mining rig. You've seen those oil platforms out on the ocean, right? That's what it looks like on top, right? And then you go down, and there's levels to it under the water. So there's an above water portion, and there's an underwater. That's kind of how I see an underwater layer. Yeah,
that's something that I will create. Like,
yeah,
coming from the oil rig, we're just gonna keep building downwards.
Yeah, and in that scenario, there's ways in and out from under the water. So there's airlocks under the water that you can use to get out. Right. And obviously, there's a place for a helicopter to land and ships to dock on top. So it has all the, and you can get to the underwater portions through elevators and stairs and stuff. You don't have to swim into it. You can get in any way you want to. And if you want to evacuate it, you just go up and out on top.
Yeah, like I think I guess the fictional reference that I have that's something like that is you've heard of Metal Gear Solid, right?
Who? Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid. They have this term called Outer Heaven, and Outer Heaven was an oil rig. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like, fuck it, because I mean, aren't most oil rigs on international waters?
I don't know. I don't know much about that. And here's something funny though. Oil rigs, right? Do they actually touch the ocean floor? Are they floating there? What's the deal? Well,
I've seen a video on that. I think they do.
See, obviously they have to touch because the actual drilling is on the floor.
Right.
Right. So the drilling apparatus goes all the way down. So and how deep are they? Right. Like how many feet of platform is there coming out of the water because they got to be attached. It can't be floating there. Right. There's no way they're floating there. They got to be anchored. They got to be attached to the ground. Right. I'm curious what one of those things looks like on a cross section. How deep is it?
Hold on, because I have to look. Because
that's just insane. The whole concept of freaking oil rig is just an insane concept.
It depends on how big it is. So it's like 1,500 feet is touching the ground. The ones that are like, what is this, 10,000 feet are not touching the ground, but it has something tied to it that keeps it, what I'm saying, keeps it tethered.
But they got something drilling down there, right? How do they?
Yes, the drill is getting down there.
That is nuts.
But the overall apparatus is like tethered to it.
Crazy. Okay, human beings have created some crazy stuff. I mean, whoever thought that we'd be able to drill for oil like at 10,000 feet in the ocean? That's just
whoever figured that one out was a genius.
That's crazy, right? That's just insane. And how do they even know to look? There's that question.
Man, that's oil people. Man, oil people find oil anywhere.
That is nuts. But yeah,
find it at the bottom of the ocean.
Bottom of the ocean, middle of. I mean, I guess on land it's not.
The middle of a desert is different. I mean,
yeah,
I can get that one.
Okay, so hey, let's transition to something else. Middle of the desert. Let's talk about. What is it? The Riyadh Comedy Festival? You guys heard about that? You've not heard about that? Mm-mm. Okay, so I think it's the Saudi government, and I'm going to get all sorts of things wrong. Okay. The Saudi government hosted what they billed as the world's largest comedy festival this past weekend, I think it was. Or it just happened.
Is this where Theo Von bombed?
I don't know if he bombed there, but the controversy is this. A bunch of big comedians criticized their brethren for going to this thing.
Why?
Because, so this is being put on by, so Quentin, look it up really quick. Let's make sure. I think it was in Saudi Arabia. I think, and all the artists, all the comedians who went to go be in this thing, had to sign contracts saying that they could not say anything bad about the Saudi government and its people.
You can't say nothing bad about the Saudi government. You lost your mind.
So they had to sign a bunch of forms agreeing to not say certain things. Right?
You can do what you want to do with Trump in America, but you're not coming over here.
You can say anything you want to about anybody else. You can't come after us. Right.
Yeah, don't be coming over here talking about us. You lost your mind.
That was a thing, right? And so, thing is that a bunch of people are basically saying that anything that the Saudi government puts on is an attempt to whitewash themselves. I mean, basically, they're saying that it's a totalitarian regime that kills its dissidents, right? And so. And so people, a lot of comedians like Mark Maron. See, a comedian who wasn't invited can stick to their principles and not go because they weren't invited, period. Right?
He wasn't invited anyway.
So Mark Maron it's easy for him to stick to his principles, right? But here's who went. Okay, the ones that I know. Okay, the big ones. You had Bill Burr go there. Okay. You had Dave Chappelle go there.
Wow.
Chris Rock went.
Okay.
Right. So a lot of comedians here are saying that, and there were people who turned it down. Right.
Okay.
Because the event was put on at the behest of the Saudi government. It's the same people who are complaining about that new golf league. You guys hear about that new golf league that the Middle Easterns own?
They buying everything. They're buying soccer leagues. They're trying to buy the WWE. They're buying all this shit.
They created a new golf league to compete with the PGA.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think it was, what's that dude, Ben something. His logo is a shark. He's a pro golfer.
Oh.
I forget his name now. He's quite famous. Australian, I think. He joined it, right? And the thing is that they're basically saying that this is a government that oppresses and kills its people, right?
Okay, it does.
And
we know that.
Yeah, we know that. But Pete Davidson, I guess, who was part of the thing, put it this way. Pete Davidson said, what did he say? He says, okay, you gave me your routing numbers, and then you checked out your balance, and you said, oh, okay, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
The payout was big enough that Pete Davidson says, screw it.
He doesn't have to work on SNL for the rest of his life with the money he just made.
I don't know if it's that big, but it was big enough, right?
But it was like they pay big money. They got oil money.
Yeah, the same way that the people criticize any entertainers who perform there.
Yeah, Beyonce performed there.
Yep. I remember she went there. Like Imagine
F1 racing goes there.
Imagine Dragons got tons of flack for performing there.
Okay, and guess what? So what?
Yeah,
they're like respect their culture. Those are Muslims. Mm-hmm. Like at the end of the day, they're secular Muslims because they don't follow all the rules, but they are still Muslims.
Well, but what? Okay, so what the backlash is about isn't about that they can't. Not that they couldn't say anything about the country itself. But that they are supporting that government is the claim of many comedians here. So, Quinn, did you bring anything up about this yet?
I got a whole lot, but I'm looking for the backlash.
What country is it?
What country is it?
Saudi Arabia.
They're not about to. They ain't about to put no backlash up there.
Saudi Arabia.
Wiped all that from the internet.
Okay. No, there's a lot online right now. There's a lot of the backlash is coming from comedians.
Comedians are gonna hate regardless.
Who's the guy who said no to going? Does it show up there, Quinn?
There's quite a few that said no to going.
And who? Because they were actually invited.
Who?
There's
Kevin Hart said no to going.
No, Kevin Hart went.
Oh, he was invited.
Yeah, Kevin ain't turning down no.
So some of the ones that said no to going, the ones whose acts are primarily political.
Yep.
Okay, the ones whose acts are primarily political, and who have large, younger, left-oriented audiences.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and that's smart for you not to go on. You know your audience.
The conservative ones, I mean, like the ones who are
Chappelle, Burr.
Yeah, conservative or middle of the road, and really don't care, right?
Yep, I'm about to go get a check.
Yeah. Those guys have their careers mostly behind them now, right? Their audiences are getting more niche, and honestly, a lot of those older guys aren't as funny as they used to be. Yeah. You know, their comedy is not laugh out loud funny. It's more thinking funny.
Yeah, because they old.
Yeah.
I hate to say it like that, but it's just true. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's more like distilled wisdom than it is comedy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like shit.
I mean, we talked about this a while ago. Like Chappelle is not the same Chappelle show. Netflix Chappelle is two different
things, two different people. I mean,
yeah, and you're not going to ever get Chappelle ever again.
Yeah,
we got it. We should just enjoy it.
We will never ever see the likes of Wu-Tang Financial cross our screens.
Never ever again. We will never see him dress up as Rick James ever again.
We
seen him dress up as the pimp, and I was surprised he did that. You know what I'm saying? When they went and they popped the balloon on SNL, that was hilarious.
Got to give people what they want, a little bit at least, right?
Got to give us a little bit, and that was
just a taste.
No more Tyrone Biggums.
Tyrone Biggums, I think he's in the rearview mirror for Chappelle now, but
he definitely in the rearview mirror. He's not about to do that no more.
Yeah, that would have been awesome though. I mean, there's certain characters like when he was Little John. Oh my God, Little John going to doc.
Man, I still remember he made Lil Jon was already big in the hip hop community, but he made him a freaking superstar. Dude, and he wasn't even nothing that people even thought about like that. He had a platinum album. We wasn't thinking about him like
Little
that.
John was in it. Was in the skit. That was the craziest thing. I love that.
They were talking on the phone together.
Talking on the phone, and all they just
what?
It was like our generation's version of Who's on First. Are you guys familiar with the Who's on First skit?
Yeah.
No.
It's wasn't like the Who's on First skit was Abbott and Costello, and the whole thing is it's a play like who's on for okay. So the player on first is named Who.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole gag is who's on first, it's also the answer. It's a question and an answer, right?
Oh, who's on first?
Who's on first? That's the whole gag. It's a whole shtick, right? So they go back and forth with the thing, just like watching Dave Chappelle and Lil Jon doing the what? And yeah, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, what was on second? I don't know. Was on third.
Actually, my favorite Chappelle thing. I don't know if you remember this one. Do you remember the one where who is he there with? It's him, and why it cracks me up so badly is you could never do this today, right? Because it's him and some other guy, and they're on something like Sesame Street, and there's a bunch of child actors there. We're talking like kids.
Yeah.
And
that was a dope one. That was a dope one.
No. It's about STDs.
Oh, yeah, the STD one.
The STD one, and his buddy's a puppet, right? His buddy's a puppet, not wearing a shirt. The puppet's not wearing a shirt, and he's taking his friend to a clinic because he has to get checked for STDs. And the kids are asking, "What's an STD?" And he tells them, "Oh, it's a venereal disease. You get blah 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 blah." How'd you get it? The puppet looks at him and goes, "Fucking."
Yeah. Yeah. He actually showed his penis.
He showed his penis. He pulls his pants and he shows his penis.
And I was like, ugh.
And the kids are like, and dude, what's crazy is there are a bunch of the little kids.
They had child actors in that.
That's what cracked me up so bad. It would not have. I mean, it's funny, but it would not have been half as funny if those little kids were puppets too. If the little kids were,
it had to be Sesame Street. You had to have real kids,
dude. If those little kids were puppets, it would have been half as funny because these were real kids. I mean, like some of them are really, really young.
It was real kids, but you're not. They didn't show the kids the puppet's penis.
I'm not sure if they did or not, but all I know is the kids are interacting with the whole thing. I mean, like there's a wide shot, and what was it? Who comes out? I think gonorrhea comes out. So there's a little gonorrhea guy. He comes and singing about himself, and then chlamydia comes out, and then herpes comes out with this big old sore, and the crabs are actually like little crabs with.
Yeah. And he had a couple. Quentin was right. He actually had a couple Sesame Street style.
He did.
Because he had one where I think it was like it wasn't the Grouch, but it was like something that lived in a trash can.
It was.
I remember the cat was like, "You don't get no pussy." He's like, "Fuck it." He's like, "What you don't understand is I make love to my hand." Yeah, I beat my meat like it owes me money.
Yeah, dude, it's some kind of version of Oscar the Grouch. It's some dude who lives in a trash can, right?
Yeah, but I still even remember when he made that joke. They always talk bad about Oscar. It was like, "You're a grouch, Oscar. You're a grouch." He was like, "I fucking live in a trash can." Dude, we're not going to get that Chappelle no more. We'll never get that Chappelle back.
I mean, and Dave Chappelle might be upset that it's out there for people to see. But I'm enjoying it. I don't care.
Oh yeah, I don't think he cares either. He went to bat and got his money for it. I remember I was like, he signed the contract. But I'm still proud of him for going and getting his money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Chappelle.
Yeah, and that's what somebody was pointing out Chappelle's a different Chappelle than he was before. I mean, see, now he understands the business of it, and the Saudi government offered him enough money to say, yeah, I'll go, right? Whereas the old Chappelle probably would not have gone.
Probably wouldn't have. No,
the Chappelle that walked away from $50 million because of creative differences.
We definitely wouldn't have went to the United Emirates.
He would not have gone to Saudi Arabia to go play this show and sign a contract saying, because I guess the shtick is that all these comedians who build their routines around free speech. Really shouldn't be going to Saudi Arabia to do a comedy show where their speech is being
their speech is being impeded. But
I
get it.
Yeah, but then again, a lot of these guys, they're not free speech comedians. I mean, they really, and also the payday must have been pretty damn good. Like Pete Davidson's version of it was like, you see the zeros.
Yeah, but this ain't the first time people. I get it, and that's why I'm like, I'm not even gonna say nothing bad about the people who said that they're not gonna go. But like, this ain't the only. You're not the only people that turned it down. Burna Boy turned down $5 million to go to the UAE because he didn't want to have to stop smoking weed.
There you go.
$5 million, and he was like, "No, because I can't smoke weed in your country."
There's actually a couple of comedians who performed at it who are now expressing regret for having performed there. Yeah, I saw two. The names are unfamiliar to me. I guess to make it so they billed it as the largest comedy event ever, right? So I guess they needed enough comedians to call it that.
Yeah.
So there's probably people on the ticket that are not that big. Okay? It couldn't have all been because there's only a limited amount of huge comedians to begin with, right?
Yeah.
If they wanted to fill this bill out, they had to get some, opening acts. And so I think some of the opening acts are expressing regret. Like one of the people who is expressing regret for going is an openly gay female comedian.
Oh yeah, you definitely shouldn't have went.
She probably shouldn't have gone. I mean, dude, it's a.
She shouldn't have. I was about to say anybody who was gay shouldn't have went.
Yeah, dude, it's a country that basically what your activity is illegal there. I mean, like you're.
Yeah, girl, you probably would have. You probably wouldn't have came back.
Yeah.
I mean, if they paid her to come.
I mean, well, okay. So if you're gay and you go to Saudi Arabia, as long as you're not gay in Saudi Arabia, you're okay.
Yeah, as long as you don't do nothing gay in Saudi Arabia.
I mean, they can't arrest you for being gay. They can arrest you for engaging in being gay.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're gay and you go to Saudi Arabia, you do your set, collect your cash, bounce. Right?
Why are you gay?
Right? And then you leave. I mean, but honestly, she probably shouldn't have. It's like a Jewish comedian playing a set in Nazi Germany.
It's like a Jewish comedian playing a set in Gaza. That's like a Jewish comedian going to Saudi Arabia. What?
True,
you
right?
Tripping.
Wait a second. I wonder if any Jews did go. Because there's a bunch of
Jewish
comedians.
You better not be Jewish and went to Saudi Arabia. What the hell?
Who knows?
Man, the people, what?
I mean,
man,
Quentin, you look at the lineup, aren't you?
Yeah, I got a whole list. I don't know all of them.
Of course not, because some of them are opening acts.
Give us some. What is the name of this festival? I gotta look at it.
You got Mo a Mirror.
Hold on. What's the name of the festival, Quentin? Is it Riyadh?
Riyadh, RIYADH comedy.
Hold on, I'm going to bring it up.
Oh, here. It's the capital.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to bring it up here and put it on screen.
Yeah, she expressed sincere regret because she's a lesbian.
Yeah, see, a lesbian probably should not have gone to that.
She definitely shouldn't have gone to that.
Right, and I can.
It's all right. You got paid. Don't worry about it.
Well, here's the problem. She's not that big, and she probably did not. She did not receive fuck you money, right?
Nope.
She did not receive an amount big enough that she'd never have to work again because she's got to work. So I mean, I'm sure that her fan base is. See, the only people who should not have gone are people whose fan bases are going to get depleted by this. If doing this gig is going to kill your future prospect, you shouldn't go.
It's still going on. Today, Wayne Brady is performing. Jack Whitehall, Mo is performing. Ben Hart, Tom Segura, Joe Coy is there. Sammy Morrell, Hannibal Buress went. Yep. Andrew Schultz should not have went. Ain't he Jewish?
No, okay. The last name Schultz does not guarantee Judaism. Schultz is a German last name. It could be Jewish.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I don't think he is.
Like a Schwartz. Schwartz could be Jewish. But Schwartz could just be ethnic German. Because remember, Schwartz means black in the German language. So
it's been going on since the 25th.
Yeah. It's a big thing. It's been happening. It's ongoing. Dude, there's a lot of big comedians there. So, I mean, serious names.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Schultz is big.
Yeah.
I mean, Hannibal Buress, Sammy Morrell, Joe Coy. I don't know who Segura is. Ben Hart.
Tom Segura's big. Tom Segura's big.
Mo is big. I mean, but it's like he ain't funny. We big though. I told you my friend is on his show.
Yeah, he's mentioned that. Who else we got there? Wait,
you got Chris Tucker, who's big.
Tucker's another one. Wait,
they got Chris Tucker to do comedy.
Must have been a pretty big paycheck.
The big paycheck.
Wait, so who has gone already? Who has gone already?
You got the list of who already performed?
I don't see the whole. I just see the list that's coming up. Hold on, let me see. Saudi calendar.
So who opened? That's the question.
Who opened the thing up?
And of course, they're saving the biggest for last, right?
It looked like Andrew Schultz is the biggest because he liked the last one.
Wait, when did Chappelle go on?
Hold on, I'm trying to find.
Has he already gone? I wonder if the big acts came in the opening night. There's got to be a combination of big and small, being like those. They got opening acts every night.
Yeah. Let's see what's
every night's got to have a headliner.
I mean, tonight's headliner is Wayne Brady in France.
And Friends, okay. So, these guys know better than to go against their contract, because
Wayne Brady ain't going against nothing.
Yeah.
We getting his paper.
Shout out to that on the 27th, you had Dave Chappelle, Aziz Ansari, Chris DiStefano. I don't know him.
DiStefano, yeah, I know that guy.
Nimish Patel, Andrew Santio, and Bobby Lee, and Maz Jabrani. That was on the 27th with Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, who's on the 28th? It's every night, right?
Till October 9th.
Wow.
Yeah, we ain't. It is. That's a big comedy festival. That's the biggest comedy festival I've ever heard of.
It's the largest comedy festival ever. Oh, dude, is that guy the machine there? What's the guy's name? Bert Kreischer.
Oh, they had Louis C.K.
I can imagine
Whitney Cummings. They put Mo. Who else is on there? Kevin Hart, Ben Hart, Jim Jeffries went there. Shout out to him. Gabriel Iglesias.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Lee. Russell Peters went. Yeah, he should have went. You already know he going. Sugar Sammy. Who is that? I ain't never heard of him. Ali Sadiq went. Okay. Ari Spears went. Chris Tucker. I think that's it.
Bill Burr.
Yep,
Bill Burr. Yeah, Bill Burr's on there too.
Oh, Bill Burr definitely should have gone there. I mean, that's on brand for him.
Everybody, like Ari Spears and Chris Tucker, I give him that. Like them pulling out Chris Tucker is big. Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross is definitively Jewish.
He shouldn't.
You remember Jeff? See if you know Quentin. You know what Jeff Ross is?
Yeah, I see who he is, but his last name is Lifshitz.
What's that?
That's his real last name. His real last name is Lifshitz.
Yeah,
Lifshitz.
He's very Jewish. Jeff Ross is the roast master general.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does all the roasts. He's very Jewish. But he's an American comedic Jew, right? No, he's like I guess he's like the modern version of what was the guy's name again? Oh shoot, the ultimate insult comedian from the old days. Bald head. He was Sinatra's time. Oh, it's gonna bother me now. He actually was in a movie with Clint Eastwood and Telly Savalas. He was the first of the I mean, I don't know if he's the first. He was one of the early insult comedians. He's like one of the ultimate roast guys.
The roast master.
Yeah, but Jeff Ross is the new version of him. He's like,
Don Rickles.
What's that?
Don Rickles.
Yep. Jeff Ross is like the new Don Rickles. Okay. But Jeff Ross he's Jewish. And but he's one of those guys who's basically he's rationalizing it, saying, I'm Jewish, but I'm not really Jewish, kind of a thing. Right?
But you're Jewish.
He's probably never been to the Holy Land, right? He's like, it's kind of like how many Catholics are. They're just born into it. He doesn't really have a strong opinion. And he's an insult comic. He really can't. You can't have a thin skin as an insult comic.
Yeah, and let me not make it seem bad that Jewish people are going to Saudi Arabia. That's not bad. It's bad for a Muslim to go and perform in Israel. Yeah. That will be like, I'll be like, man, you're a traitor.
Yeah. But yeah. So like, I guess a lesbian going and appearing like
she's a traitor.
Yeah. Gay person, lesbian. Well, that's the funny part.
You betrayed your kind. That's messed up.
Here's what's crazy. I mean, think about this. Why don't we call lesbians gay? Because they're gay, right?
They are
Lesbians
gay.
are gay women. Why do we have to
No,
specifically
because they want to
say?
make it complicated and they want to have things more defined.
Because, dude, a gay man is there a word for a gay man besides gay?
Gay.
Right, that's it, right? There's no.
No, he's a homosexual.
No, wait, females are homosexual. See, there's no word for a gay man. Okay? But there is a word for a gay woman. Because they're all homosexuals, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're all gay. But gay females are specifically lesbian. How come they get to be special? How come a gay dude doesn't get his own term?
Because gay guys just don't care.
You
They
think?
like just being gay.
I don't know. I mean, I
get it. They should fight for their rights.
dude, in those circles, these names, these terms mean so much.
They mean something,
right? I mean, they're fighting for pronouns. Dude,
for pronouns.
People who are fighting for pronouns have got to get a more snazzy name than gay. Right? Lesbian has a more definitive ring to it than gay. I mean, like, lesbian sounds, I don't know, classy.
I don't think you need to give them no more ideas, Armand, because it's been a lot. Like, it's been some. I don't even pay attention to it, and I'm telling you, they come out with these names, and I'll be like, man, what's really going on?
Dude, they got to have their own name. I mean, they got to push for that. They gotta have a branding meeting, and they gotta figure out what name is good for their brand.
The only one you got left is really derogatory.
Well, no. I mean, like, they don't have to go with an existing thing.
They gotta create something else. They don't try to appropriate a new name, an old name.
Yeah.
But you gotta remember, they already have names.
What's that?
Remember, it's not just LGBT. It's LGBTQIA plus.
Dude, the acronym is getting a bit too crazy, right?
And the flag change.
Lesbian, gay, LGBT, bisexual, right?
Queer.
No, the LGBT. There's a T now.
Transsexual.
Is that trans? No. I don't think they go with the word transsexual. I think it's transgender. Transgender.
Okay.
Transgender.
So lesbian, gay, bisexual,
transgender, queer, LGBTQ, queer, and then
IA.
What's the IA?
I don't know.
You're making up stuff now, right?
You make that up?
No, I'm not making that up. Hold on, no.
Hard,
I wasn't making that up. I'll get it for you, because you know what?
It's actually hard.
You are right, dude. I didn't even. Okay, it's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit people.
Wait, Q is not queer anymore?
Plus.
It's queer.
Wait, Q is queer.
Uh-huh.
Wait,
what's the difference between a
but
queer
it's
and a heterosexual?
LGBT. No, it's just two. It's just one, but it's LGBTQIA2S.
Okay, so what's the IA?
The IA is intersex.
Intersex, okay.
Asexual. And two-spirit people.
Wait, where's the questioning part?
I don't know. That's what it says.
I thought you said questioning.
That's what it says.
Where's
queer
that?
Or questioning.
Queer or questioning.
Mm-hmm.
So the Q can be two things.
Asexual is a part of it too.
Wait, but isn't asexual people who just don't have sex?
Yeah.
Hey, that's what the whole LGBTQIA2.
Wait, but the whole A thing is somebody just said that's a sideline person. That's like, I'm taking myself out of the equation.
They got
LGBT.
That's what Raymond got. Got that extra 2+. That 2S+. That's where all that comes from. I never heard of that until Raymond brought it up.
I realize, Armand, these are oppressed people. Asexual people are oppressed.
Dude, asexual people just don't have. I mean, like, there's no oppression there.
They're oppressed, though. People think they're freaking weird.
Wait. Dude, okay. So we're talking. So asexual is people who just don't engage in sexual activity, right? So technically, a priest is asexual. A Catholic priest.
Yeah.
A Catholic priest is
and he can go join the alliance.
right? So
Yeah, there's female priests that's probably asexual.
So wait, hold on. Okay, maybe it is not. A celibate man can be straight. So
because he dates women, but he just don't have sex.
He doesn't. He doesn't have date. No, okay, so a Catholic priest is not supposed to date women either. A Catholic priest is supposed to be a straight man who is celibate.
See,
they don't date anybody.
That's how you know that it's not of God. God do not tell you to do nothing like that.
Okay, so
it does not say that in the Bible.
So an asexual person. So what is asexual? So is an asexual person a person who just doesn't experience attraction in any way, shape, or form?
Doesn't like sex.
The way this says it describes people who experience little or no sexual attraction to others.
Yeah. You never seen BoJack Horseman?
I have not actually. Wait, so they have no, but do asexual people engage in self-satisfaction? See, they don't experience attraction to others, right? They have to specifically say to others, right? They could just say they have no sexual attraction or drive, period, right?
Yeah.
But they said to others. So do they actually is like, you know, do they take the dog with what are these acronyms? Do they flog the dolphin? Do they
No, like that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, the show, like, you know, there was this big controversy, right, this week about them was it promoting a transgender character on Netflix, and everybody canceled their Netflix.
So yeah, so which show was that?
I don't know what the name of that show, but BoJack Horseman did the same thing. It promoted an asexual man on the show. His name was Todd, and he had a whole asexual lifestyle. He even dated somebody, and that was a whole big thing in the show because the girl wanted to have sex and he did not want to have sex, and he was like, "I'm asexual. I don't do that."
He didn't date somebody. He just had a friend.
It was pretty much his friend, but she took it serious as if they were dating. Yeah, like she introduced him. She introduced him to her parents.
She misconstrued the situation. It's like,
no, they were actually dating. He went to meet the parents.
Well, no, but thing is that in any scenario,
he just didn't have sex with her or had a sexual attraction.
Wait, did they have physical? Did they have any sort of? Did they kiss?
No, he never kissed anybody on the show.
They're just friends.
He had two girlfriends on the show.
Wait, did he call them girlfriends?
Yeah.
And that's weird. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay. So that's not a big deal because BoJack Horseman's for adults. From what I understand, this controversy about the Netflix controversy is they had a transgender character on a show for kids.
Right.
That's where the controversy comes from. Right.
Yeah. All sorts and apparently it was on there for years and nobody noticed it.
All sorts of adult, because I guess no adults were watching it would get it. Right.
No, that's what actually happens. You know, like, I mean, I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of curious now to see how things are going to work because I gave my son these headphones. Okay. So I can't really listen to everything, but I watch some of this stuff and I give him commentary. Like, he likes watching Mr. Beast. And I talk bad about Chris because I do not like Chris. At all.
The transgender sidekick.
Gonna leave his family to become a transgender man and run around with Mr. Beast. That man is a horrible individual.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Beast isn't really designed for kids. I mean, Mr. Beast's themes are beyond kids. I don't really think kids should be watching Mr. Beast.
Man, kids be watching
they do. It. I mean, obviously, we've built an entire consulting career out of picking apart frickin' Logan Paul's.
Yeah, business for a man. Yeah.
Yeah, like Logan Paul has made a fortune from the little. The embers of his fortune started with essentially adult content consumed by kids. Right? He wasn't making it content for kids. He was making content. It wasn't specifically adult because he wasn't cursing in it. He wasn't doing anything specifically adult, but he was showing destructive, immature behavior.
Yeah.
right? I mean, the funny part about his content was adults look at it and say, what the hell am I looking at? There's this adult acting like a kid, right?
Right.
And then kids are looking at it and they're seeing childlike behavior being done by an adult. It's like, it's just weird. Like, it's like, and of course, I mean, he, part of his whole shtick early on was breaking those plates. He would come on camera and just break stuff. Remember that?
Yeah, he was breaking.
And eventually, to promote the branding, instead of just buying, so at first he just broke plates that he had. And then he started buying plates to break. And then he bought plates and had them made with the Maverick logo on them. So every time he broke a plate, he'd have his branding on it, which is freaking brilliant. I mean,
he's a freaking idiot.
I mean, oh, dude, that idiot took that thing.
Y'all know he made money.
He made money.
I'm just saying, it was dumb funny.
Yeah, it was dumb. I mean, this, and nobody could criticize. I mean, yeah, we can criticize it, but we can criticize them for the sake of content, but nobody can criticize somebody for making money from our stupidity, right? I mean, we consumed it. When I say we, the world consumed it. The world paid
him was
by watching.
Big. I still remember going to Vegas and seeing kids wear the Low Gang merch.
Yeah.
It was cracking.
He would not have done that if he didn't get paid like that, And he got bigger and bigger and bigger. His management ran him well. It's not, I mean, like, we can't begrudge the guy for carving out the crazy niche that he did, right?
Oh yeah, he did that. He ran for Mr. Beast to walk.
Yeah, he did, really. I mean, like, there'd be, it's funny. So you look back at it, and each iteration of the hottest YouTuber basically got informed by okay, so who's the first of the biggest?
The first of the biggest YouTubers?
Yeah.
Man, that's kind of hard, man.
No, there's one. The guy who taught these other guys where to go, PewDiePie.
Oh, yeah.
PewDiePie was the first of the biggest, right? He was the first of the biggest, right? And the funny part about all these YouTubers, except for, all these guys encountered, if you look at what derailed them as adults, if an adult looked at what derailed these guys, you scratch your head, right? It's like, PewDiePie got derailed because he got bought by Disney. Right? He became a Disney employee. Remember that? His brand was acquired by so for a period for a good period of time, he was creating a studio that Disney provided him over there in Europe. They gave him studio space to create in, right? But that's when he lost his quote unquote authenticity. But the loss of authenticity did not mean loss of revenue. In fact, he grew. Okay.
Nope.
But the crazy part is that he screwed his own contract with Disney with the content he created intentionally. He created content.
He didn't want to do that no more.
He didn't want to do it. He was dissatisfied. But the crazy part is any adult looks at that and says, "Dude, it's like you're a juggling seal. You're getting paid millions and millions of dollars to walk out there in big ass clown shoes and say stupid stuff." Right?
I mean, but it kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Young Chappelle showed Chappelle, old Chappelle. Original PewDiePie to future PewDiePie is going to be totally different. True. He's probably going to go by his real name.
Yeah.
In the future. See,
but what's nuts about these guys is that, they sabotage their careers for reasons that we as adults look at and the reason why they did it is because look at what they were. They were kids.
They were kids.
It's like give kids $1 million. Give an adult, like, okay, look at this Riyadh thing, right? Give an adult the chance for a crazy payday, and they'll take it. Okay.
Yep. No matter how oppressive the regime is,
they'll take it. As long as the payday is enough for them to walk. If they really need to keep working, in that field, okay, and they took that. I mean, like, okay, that lesbian comic is probably really rethinking about appearing there because now she has to keep. She's young. She's got to keep working. They probably didn't pay her enough to walk away. And so
and
now
she's gay. Remember that adds into it. Not that it's a bad thing, but it affects your thinking.
Yeah, well, her audience, she's probably coming back now.
And her audience,
I'm sure the reason why she's apologizing and showing this regret is because she's getting crazy backlash from her actual fans. She's
getting crazy backlash. Some people who've been riding with her since the beginning ain't rocking with her no more.
And now she's being forced to rethink her actions.
Yeah, because you going to Saudi Arabia, I mean, that didn't really build your fan base.
Yeah.
It helped Saudi Arabia out. It didn't help you out.
Yeah. It lowered her revenue.
Yeah, her pay. I mean, I wonder what her payday was. You know.
Yeah, she might get booed next time she performs.
I'm pretty sure she will.
Now,
hopefully she got enough money to lay low for a while. She got to let people forget about it.
Or what she can do is this. I mean, she can make the shift towards being a conservative gay comic. No. Think about it.
Anyway.
No. Seriously, think about it. A lot of these comics make the shift towards conservatism, right? And it's not that, okay, they're not making a shift towards MAGA. They're not going out there to, like, for example, okay, what's his name? Like Gabriel Iglesias, one of them. Gabriel Iglesias, Dave Chappelle. Who else? I know Joker does this too, right? Those three guys are not white, right? They're probably registered Democrats, potentially, maybe. Who knows, right? They're not crazy. They're not political, really. They joke about culture a lot of times. They joke about all sorts of things, right? But all three of them have certain conservative viewpoints. They're not conservatives, but they make sense. Like, for example, I was watching a Gabriel Iglesias set that he did in Florida at some casino, right? And he talked about his house getting robbed. Okay, and he was out on vacation, and so this is what he said. I guess he was on it. So Gabriel Iglesias got money, like real money. So he takes his dogs with him when he has those little chihuahuas. He's a chihuahua guy. He takes his dogs with him when he travels and when he does his comedy, right? Because he's got enough money that people, their job is to carry his dogs. They carry his freaking dogs, right? And so he gets word that his place here in Southern California has been robbed while he was out, right? And he said they didn't get money, so it's crazy. They got this. So when he arrived on the scene, painting, all the art was off the walls. The art was all off the walls, and it wasn't stolen because he didn't really collect art per se. Some of it was valuable, but they didn't take it. And he was informed that the reason why they took the art off the walls was they were looking for a safe.
Yeah.
Right? And here's what's nuts. He ran into one of the rooms and he looked on. I guess he was keeping money in a mattress.
Oh, they didn't see the money in the mattress.
They didn't get the money in the mattress because they were looking for a safe. They thought that the dude was. So I guess
I get their logic, but it was like you just missed something in plain sight.
Yeah, but what was crazy is that they did get what was it. He did have a safe, okay, but what they got in the safe was his firearms.
Yeah.
So Gabriel Iglesias had a whole. So it's funny in the political left and right world. So if you want to be complete left, you're anti-gun. Period. Right. If you want to be extremely right. You're pro-gun, right? People don't realize that there's a lot of people in between who are either pro or anti. You don't have to be a crazy liberal to hate guns. You can be a middle of the road person and hate them too, right? You don't have to be a crazy redneck MAGA person to love them. You can be a regular person and like them too. I mean, like regular people have opinions about firearms, right? But Gabriel Iglesias got him to protect himself, right? Because he said no, he's got money now, so he has to worry about people taking his stuff, right? Yeah. Chappelle also talks about having firearms, right? Chappelle's got firearms, and they have conservatives. They have a lot of, they've got views of people who have money, right? Because they got jokes about that kind of stuff too. They've changed over time, right? They're people with money now, and they have problems that people with money have, right? But that's so yeah. Those guys, and that's why those guys are safe going to Riyadh to do this kind of stuff, because a lot of their jokes,
they
yeah, they make a lot of jokes at the expense of the extreme liberals, because honestly, the extreme liberal stuff, some of the stuff doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
That's why she probably didn't even get no laughs. That's probably why she didn't regress it.
I wonder if she did. I wonder what her set looked like.
I mean, you know what? I just looked at her. She don't even look funny. I mean, and look, I'm telling you, because I've seen it. Like Whitney Cummings is not funny.
She's not?
Heck no.
I don't think I've ever watched
She's
her.
Not funny. Oh yeah, I've seen her in person. It's not funny. At the end of the day, though, she's a good networker. She's written on shows, and she got the name. She's Whitney Cummings. Can't take that away from her.
Sounds
so
like
she's always going to get this bread. But am I going to go see Whitney Cummings? Absolutely not. I am not. That is not going to make me laugh.
Dude, one guy cracks me up. So you've seen Gabriel Iglesias on stage before, haven't you?
I've seen him before, yeah.
Dude, Gabriel Iglesias, I don't know about now, but he was fat, right? He was naturally heavy.
I only remember fat Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah, dude, he leaned into the fatness and got even fatter. I mean, like he reached the point where he was. I'm looking at it. I'm waiting for him to just. I mean, he was looking like who was the other fat comedian? There's a few of them.
Harley.
No, he lived longer.
Well, he's still living now.
No, okay, one of them died. Ralphie May was one of them. Ralphie May was a fat dude. The other one, Charlie, he looked like a big child. Oh, he is still alive. He's the guy who worked at McDougal's on Coming to America. Is it McDougal's? What's
Yeah, McDowell's.
McDowell's. He was a manager.
Louis Anderson.
What's that?
Louis
Anderson, right? Okay.
Yeah, okay, so, Louis Anderson was big. He had a freaking TV show.
Yeah. So Gabriel Iglesias leaned into the weight gain and got really, really big. He got so big, in fact, that the outfits he was wearing on stage had to be made for him. He couldn't buy clothing off the rack, right? And he was really getting into the size. He was wearing matching Hawaiian shirts and shorts on stage. He looked hilarious. He looked like a bedspread. Okay, that's how fat he had gotten, right? That's how fat the dude got. He lost some weight because he I guess it got unhealthy. I forget where I was going with that, but yeah, these guys, yeah, he looks funny. I mean, there's no doubt that Gabriel Iglesias was. I mean, he's the physical comedy aspect of him was there, but he's been bigger, he's been smaller. His comedy also has kind of trailed off lately. He's not as funny as he used to be. Because he's I don't know, but I think that this comedy festival happened because, and I'm kind of curious. Was it broadcast anywhere?
I don't know about that one.
I'm surprised. I wonder if it was. I wonder if some network carried it or not. I can imagine it not being like they must have paid them enough that it's like it's a private gig. But I'm curious to see if anybody is releasing any of their sets.
No official broadcast schedule has been announced.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think comedians are really funny about broadcasting their sets. Really funny about that. It's only a select few that will broadcast their sets, and really, you should really only broadcast crowd work. You shouldn't broadcast your actual material. Like one to me, one of the best comedians out there, and I'll just say on I ain't gonna say just black. I hate just saying black, but just urban comedians right now is a guy named Mojo Brooks. Mojo Brooks, I think, to me, I feel like he's one of the best as far as like big comedy, because every time I see his clips as far as crowd work, I'm crying laughing. This morning he had me crying laughing. He does skits like everybody because that's a formula now. I remember I used to tell my friends all the time, like, we got to do skits because that's what's going to get us to the future. But we were coming from a traditional perspective of things where things cost, like we felt like things costed too much to actually make the material that we wanted to make.
Okay.
But Mojo using camera phones, his baby mama is always in the skit. He's always using his house. It's always the same thing. It's him and his baby mama breaking up and coming back together again. His baby mama dates other people. He cries about it. Like it's the same sketch over and over and over. He makes it very simple. He's using the same car, using the same house, using his baby mama. Like it's always the same thing, and it's built up such a following to where now he's actually on Netflix shows, and he's touring across the country. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like, if you want to know, and then it's other people that's doing the formula. I wish I can remember this kid's name, but there's another comedian on Instagram right now where he's blowing the same way. He's selling out shows and he's doing these skits where he's stalking this girl. Like he's stalking multiple women.
Okay.
But he's doing like commentary like as if he's not stalking the woman. So he's talking about something totally different, but you see him with a mask on and he got binoculars and he's looking inside the girls. Like it was one where he told the whole story and he walked, like the girl walked out the room and he hopped through the window, went inside the window and hid in the closet. Like it's hilarious. And I'm like, that's the new formula for comedians right now.
Well, skits are everywhere. I mean, like I've been watching this one couple doing skits and it's true. The skits are basically the same thing. I mean, they play the same characters over and over. I mean, they're themselves, right? So this couple that I've been watching, was just Ava and Javier. I'm not. I always thought that she was Latino. He's Latino. I always thought that she was too, but I guess she's actually some sort of like Turkish or Armenian. I could swear but I've never seen them speak Spanish. That's the thing. And they're here in Southern California. They've got, I mean, like they to look at them, if I was to guess, in real life, they're probably realtors. They look like successful realtors is what they look like.
They look like successful realtors that do comedy.
That's what they look like. I mean, like,
at night.
I mean, they're both like, I mean, like, you know, they're of an age where they they have kids. You can see them in sometimes they see them on their sketches. They're probably in their mid 30s to late 30s is probably how old they are. They're both in good shape. She's real curvy, right? But she's not like, I mean, you should see them sometime. And the funny thing is she plays an extremely jealous wife or girlfriend in some skits. In some skits it's a girlfriend, some skits she's a wife, right? So she plays an extremely jealous woman, okay? And he plays a clueless, handsome guy. That's what they are in their skits, right? And so in some of their skits, she tracks down and kills his exes. Right? So there's some skits where there's bodies in their trunks. Right? So she, in the skits, she kills people. Right? So if she sees a girl, if he looks at a girl, she's going to kill her. Right? That's the kind of, so it's, the skits revolve around jealousy. So she's extremely jealous and she does something about it. Right? And he could be clueless. Right? All their skits, there's one where he pulls one of their skits, he pulls up and they've got the Tesla with a gull wing, I think, door.
Yeah.
And so he pulls up and she's a prostitute, right? He pulls up, he's like, hey. And she's like, she sees him. She's like,
I've seen these guys before. And he'd be like, she was like, oh, it's going to cost double.
Well, yeah, he says, hey, how much to win an argument? So
yeah.
So they're in a hotel and like, so it's like, okay, so basically he's paying. So one of the arguments is he wants to go out with some friends. The other argument
wants to watch the game.
Yeah. So yes. And and another one says, one of their skits was, my clueless boyfriend. They're at some party with his friends and he's having fun with them and she sends him a text And he looks at it, he's like, hey, and he shows his friends. It's like, I want to get out of here. That's what the text says. And he shares it with his friends, right? And and in that skit, she knocks him out. So that's what the whole gag is about. Yeah, I don't think so. Raymond, you've seen them, right? These people.
Yeah, I've only seen because it like I've seen it where they playing the prostitute and he asked her something just outlandish. Like
Yeah.
I forgot what he asked her, and like he was like, "Thank you," and she like somebody honked out. Was like, "Hey, hurry up!"
Yeah, another guy's waiting. Yeah. So she's a prostitute. She's charging you to win arguments, right? That's that's the one thing. And another one. Him and another guy dressed as cops, and she's running away. And there's like, we got to run her. He's like, it's a something like tall former model. She's like, and she stops and says, "You really think I look like a model?"
Yeah, man. Like
they make some good stuff, but you agree they look. I mean, as if in real life they look like realtors, right? They look like they
look older. They don't look like comedians.
Yeah, they look
like when I first, like until you just said that and it just connected. I was just like, I would have never thought they was comedians. I thought that was just a one-off thing.
They're a professional looking couple. I mean, like they're middle aged, good looking people, right? They're well dressed. I mean, like they make all their content with their own cars in their own house. And then they look like very successful Southern California ethnic people. They look like realtors. You can totally see these people showing houses. You can totally see it, right? But that's what they do. That they're full-time content creators. They make crazy amounts of. There's one really funny one where what happens in it? He opens the door for her. She gets in the car, and as he's about to step in the other side, she cuts a fart, right? She lets one rip. I mean, like she's alone in the car. She lets one rip, and it's vociferous. It is a truly oral experience, right? And he gets in the car, and he's like, "Oh, like this is great. Meet my parents." And his parents are in the back seat. Right? I mean, they've been doing skits for a while. They're pretty funny. They have a couple different channels. It's Ava and Javier. I've been seeing their stuff on Facebook Reels.
Oh, okay.
And of course, they got Instagram going. They got TikTok. They got the whole thing going. They probably have a website. I haven't researched them yet, but they make some pretty funny stuff.
Yeah.
But I highly doubt that they do actual comedy. I'm pretty sure that they're the kind of couple who's making their money off of social media views. I don't think they're actually doing. I don't think you can buy tickets to watch them somewhere. That's my take. Right, but they probably would be pretty funny on stage. But they do all skits. It's all skits. Sometimes they involve her parents. No wait, they involve his parents. I've never seen her parents in a skit. Right, or maybe I have. But Raymond, so if you look at him, you think she's Latina, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought she was too. But in one of the skits, they referred to, I forget what they said she was. It was something Middle Eastern.
I just recently saw that one, the prostitute sketch. I wish I could find them. Like, I might be able, because,
look them up.
You go back and look through your likes.
Look them up, Ava and Javier. That's
what they're called. Right, you know their name.
Yeah, I know their name. Ava and Javier. I'm curious how big they are.
They're both actors.
Is that what they are? They're actors? Okay, I can believe that too. It's because realtors look like actors also, right? They're good-looking people. Right?
Just go sell a house during the day and go do a sketch at night.
Okay, so what? So, Quentin, you've seen their backgrounds? What are they?
Well, she's appeared in True Detective, and they said that he was in something else.
So, can you give me ethnicities? I'm always curious about that.
Let me see.
Raymond, you finding them on Instagram?
No, not yet. Hold on. Ava is spelled with an A, right?
EVA.
Yeah, EVA.
Her last name is
P. That's why I didn't have it wrong.
Her maiden last name is PEPAJ.
3.2 million followers.
How many, Raymond?
She's Albanian.
What?
Albanian.
Albanian is what she is. Okay, that's it. She's Albanian.
And he's Hispanic.
They got merch. They got a website. Let's see their website.
So how many followers on Instagram? 3.2 million?
3.5 million.
3.5 million. So they're legit. I mean, they're making social media money.
Social media money.
So they're actors. I mean, I'm sure they did the skits to promote their acting careers, but now they're saying, fuck it. They're making money for making the skits.
Mm-hmm.
So 3.5 on Instagram. Do they have a link tree in there to the other stuff?
No, they go straight to their website where they got the merch. They got Bossy AF, Crazy AF. My wife stabs people. they got sweatshirts like this.
Yep. Yeah, they're living that dream. They're influencers now.
Yeah, they're influencers, big influencers.
So basically, they've taken that Logan Paul route. Wanted to be an actor, suddenly became an influencer, and said, "Screw being an actor. I'll just influence."
Man, it's just god damn it, Armand. I just wish that people listened to me back in the day. We probably would have became something. I probably should have listened too. I should have just did.
What are you talking about?
I should have just been the. I should have just did the comedian. Yeah, because I'm telling you, I was around a lot of people, and I would say this all the time.
Dude,
we need to do sketches.
See, Raymond, remember, dude. Okay, remember, this is okay. Like we tell people, like, you know, we get this all the time, right? People will tell us, like, you know, that podcasting, oh, that's so 2010, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The people who scoff at podcasting, the people who scoff at blogging, these are people who don't make money podcasting. These are people who consume it, right? These are the bleeding edge technology people. They're looking for the next big thing. So they're out there crawling around trying to find out what is the next big piece of interactive tech for them to jump onto, right? These are the people who've been these were the podcast listeners back in 2000 whatever when it first started, right? They discovered it first, and now they think that, oh, that's past, right? But things don't become financially viable until late. Things are only financially viable when they are basically becoming mainstream. When something's mainstream, that's when the money happens, right?
Right.
So, yeah, you've told people in the past we should have been doing skits, but that was in the infancy stages. We're still in the Wild West stage of content, right?
No, I you know what, Armand, you're totally right. It's just I say I'm like I wish, but I don't really care anymore. I don't have that energy anymore, and I don't have the same talent around me anymore.
Well, but here's the thing: we can find. I mean, like, basically knowing what you know now, right? Because you can find people. I mean, the front of camera talent. You know, okay, so who do we make?
You're right. It's like a dime a dozen.
I mean, like, who do we make content? When you make content, who's your audience?
Viewers.
What's that?
New viewers, right?
Mm.
Who is the people who are consuming your content should be majority fresh eyes, brand new people to your brand, right? If you change the players, will it affect the audience? If the majority of the audience is new viewers, no, right? Shifting up your players in front of the camera are not going to alienate a chunk of your audience because they're not the one who pay your bills. It's the new viewers, right? So you can have an Ava and Javier set up, and Ava could ask for more money, and you can give her the boot and put in a new Ava. Right? As long as you're the one creating the scenarios, what earns it is the idea behind the content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, like this is what I'm trying to inspire you for. Like, what you know about what to create, right? You can go out there and, like, the Try Guy stuff, right? We talked about that before too. Once again, people never seeing this. The Try Guys are a bunch of people in Ireland who try new stuff, right? And they have really crazy reactions because they honestly have never tried this stuff before. So they get a bunch of young people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Because if you're for example, if you're a young person living in LA and you got money, you're chasing all the new experiences you can. Dude, my son freaking spends way too much money eating stupid stuff, right? He'll go to some weird ass part of town because he heard about their ramen, you know. Young people with money just go out of the way for experiences, right?
Right.
Young people without money don't experience squat. Okay, young people without money, there's a bunch of people out there who've never tried sushi before, right? And if you live in LA proper, sushi, like, you can buy it in gas stations now, right? But there are people in this world who've never seen a raw piece of fish sitting on rice.
Armand, that is so crazy because I feel like I was so opposite. When I didn't have money, I was experiencing everything.
Well, okay, so I guess I get, well, also because you're from here, right? You want to experience stuff because you're from here, right?
I mean, shoot, remember, I left California when I was 16.
No, but there's folks who've never experienced squat.
I was broke and I stopped. I still think this to myself. I stopped myself from going to Japan and London when I was broke. And I had a full expense paid opportunity to go. I talked myself out of it.
Why do you do that?
I don't know, Armand. I was stupid. I was just dumb. But I tried sushi when I was younger. I lived in different states when I was younger. I was my girlfriend said this the other day. She was like, "You traveled so much and you be telling me about how you do all these things, but you don't do nothing now." I'm like, because I had a kid. Like,
but remember, once again, oftentimes, I don't feel that your experience is like the collective norm, right? There's a bunch of people
it's not
out
the
there,
norm.
Yeah, and that's who we make content for. I mean, like,
the norm.
Like if you see these Irish guys, right? These are young Irish people. All sorts of weird things amaze them. They made videos of them trying Papa John's pizza.
Yeah.
Right. Also, I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff. Like, and there's less adventurous people. Right. Like, good example, Quentin. Have you ever had? You've had sushi before, right?
What?
Sushi.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there varieties of food that you've not experienced? Like, have you had truly authentic Chinese food before?
Yes, I have. I went to a Chinese food restaurant and ate the chicken feet.
It's not necessarily authentic. I mean, there's some other weird stuff out there. I mean, like, the nice thing about California is that the ability to get some really authentic stuff exists here, right? You can get some wacky stuff here.
The one thing I have not tried, and I should have a long time ago, is a lot of Filipino food. I've never tried pancit. I've never tried quite a few other Filipino dishes that have been around me. I've just never tried them.
I mean, it's hard to get. I mean, that's the funny part. Of all the dishes out there, it's a harder thing to get in California because there's not a lot of Filipino food outside of Filipino areas.
Well, I've had Filipino people at work bring it to work, but I've just never tried it. Yeah. Just like that.
Yeah, but that's the weird thing about Filipino food. Like, you can get Chinese food anywhere you want, pretty much. I mean, Chinese food's ubiquitous. Japanese food, Filipino cuisine hasn't really made the jump out of Filipino places. But but what I'm saying, Raymond, is like we know that content can be made. I mean, like you said, you look back and you said, "Oh, you should have made that," right? Opportunity is still there. In fact, it's even stronger. It's even stronger now.
It's even stronger because now it's a norm. It's about doing it.
Yeah, and also because it's more heavily monetized. Because remember, so how do YouTubers, vloggers, okay? How do vloggers earn from their content?
The views,
right? There's more people consuming vlog content now than ever before. Same thing with podcasters. Now, podcasters have a couple different ways they can get their podcasts out there. One of them is to put it on YouTube. Okay.
Right.
A podcaster can live stream their podcast on a live streaming platform that people are on the platform for the live stream. So you can broadcast your podcast live on Twitch, and people are there specifically for the live version. You can record it and put it in long form on YouTube because people are there for that. You can chop it up into little bits and put it on YouTube because people are there for that, right? Mm-hmm. And there's more people out there consuming that content than ever before, right? There's also more people creating it. Okay, so you have to be more intentional about the creation process to stand out from that glut of people creating.
Right.
Right. But the neat thing is this. Okay. If you just commit to consistently creating, because, there's millions of creators out there, right? But that millions number it grows a little bit, but because there's a bunch more jumping into it as people drop out. Like, how many people out there started a channel, created something for a period of time, and then just stopped?
And just disappeared. I'm telling you, I know a lot of them.
A lot of them. In fact, most of them, right? And then so if you look at an environment like YouTube, there's all these creators. Most of them are just blips on the radar. They come out and they make a few things, and then life gets in the way and they stop making, right? They'll always consume. But as far as making content goes, if you really think about it, I'd be curious to see the stats. There's probably only a handful of channels that are older than a certain number of years that have consistently released content the whole time.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so if that's the case, all you got to do is outlast. If you're consistently putting out something 3 days a week, 4 days a week, whatever, the more the better. Let's say you want to do the quartering thing. You basically create easy to make, long form, talking to yourself content that you can. If you record for 4 hours today, and you just quickly just chop it up and put it out there, and then create 4 hours. What's the quartering's release schedule? 5 videos a day? How many days a week?
Yeah, it's something crazy. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, this is amazing.
See, the only way you can do that is, see, he's passionate about what he talks about. So basically, he walks into his studio, and he's going to record and his videos are 15 minutes long, something like that.
Yeah.
So if he wants to put out 4 videos at 15 minutes today, I think it's 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wants to put out 5 videos every day at 15 minutes long, or 10 minutes, let's call it 10. He's got to, basically, he has to go for about an hour. He has to record for an hour and talk about 6 things for 10 minutes each.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically makes a list. He preps himself and he gets out there, and see, his things go long. It's okay. His intention was to go 10 minutes. He probably goes 15. That's perfectly fine. He gets 6 different things he talks about every day, and then his editor breaks them into 6 videos and releases them. If you can do that 5 days a week for 4 years, it's not a guarantee, but I want to say, if you can release 5 videos a day at 10 minutes long, 5 days a week for 4 years, you're going to get a following.
Yeah,
almost by default.
It's like a person who I actually watch now, because the quartering fell out of my algorithm. But the person who's in my algorithm that does that right now is Anton Daniels. Okay. Anton Daniels looks just like me right now. He just got grayer hair. But he releases 6 videos a day. I just counted it. Like, it's 6 videos a day. He does. How many
days a week? 7 days a week?
It's about 7 days a week. Yeah, he doesn't really take a day off.
Really?
But he has 3 different channels. He has a personal channel. Then he has a channel called The Millionaire Morning Show. That's like the live streaming.
Okay.
So he's doing, like, he does different type of content, right? Mostly, like, I ain't gonna say mostly. Actually, he does 3 different sets. I'm sorry. So he does The Millionaire Morning Show where he's inside of a studio, and that's like long form. It's like, okay, I'm about to talk about 8 topics, and I'm about to talk about it today. He may do that probably 3 to 4 times a week.
Okay.
Right? Then he has just his regular reactions. So it's him sitting in front of a computer. He pulls up a video. He watches a video. He reacts to it. You know what I'm saying? It's all social commentary stuff too.
Okay.
And then he does this thing called After Hours. So he has a group. He has a community. He calls them the Bag Chasers. And I think it costs money to be in the Bag Chasers. It ain't a lot, but it costs to be a bag chaser. He has some of his top level members of the Bag Chasers, and they do a live stream together where they talk about certain topics. And there's probably about 6 of them. And he clips that up and puts it on his channel also. So where it turns into 6 videos.
Give us some stats. How big is he?
Anton on his main channel, which is the biggest one, we're at 997,000 subscribers.
He's got a good size going. How long has he been at this?
He's been, it says since 2011, he has 500 million views.
Okay. I wonder how long since he actually started going for real. Because, a lot of people's channels are from 2011, but they didn't really start actively uploading until like 2022.
I want to say, hold on, because you know what? We can go. I think I can check it on here, hopefully. Okay, so let's go Otis. Otis says 11 years ago.
I mean, but when did he start uploading with consistency is a question. Because I've seen channels that have been on here since 2011, 2012, but the first 7 years, it's like one video a month.
Yeah.
Or like one video every few months.
Like he's one of those where it was like one video a month up to 7 years ago, 6 years ago. Because I want to say I've been watching Anton about 3, probably 4 years.
Okay.
He benefited off of his collaboration. He collaborated with the late Kevin Samuels.
Okay.
So like him and Kevin Samuels knew each other, and it was like Kevin Samuels died. I'm not gonna say he took over that realm. He wasn't actually in that realm. He's more of a social commentary type guy. He's actually a person where they try to call him anti-black.
Got it. Actually, that's a funny thing. If you want to get an audience, okay? If you want to get an audience, one way to do it is to be the anti-black black guy.
Yeah, because it works.
And you're not necessarily anti-black. See, the thing is this.
He's not anti-black.
He's not. A lot of people that they'll brand anti-black are just people who are arguing for common sense. See, what's crazy is that there's a segment of the internet that, we've talked about this before. They're all or nothing people. You can't think you can't have two different opinions about two different topics and be the same person, right? Like as a liberal, you can't like guns at all. Right? As an extreme liberal person, you're not supposed to like. You're supposed to be out there trying to ban guns, right? And you're also supposed to be out there, fighting for the right to choose, right? So, you have to be pro-abortion, you have to be anti-gun, you have to be pro-pronouns.
Yeah,
you got to be all these things, and if anybody is not one of those things, they're anti whatever you are, right? Right. And so here's a question that comes up. Okay, so Raymond, is there any? In reality, right? People make all sorts of claims, right? In reality, is there anything in America that a black person cannot do?
What do you mean? Cannot do?
Is there any experience out there that you are banned from? That you can't possibly.
No. It's certain things that you shouldn't do, but you can do anything.
What's something you shouldn't do?
Go to like a Klan rally or something?
Yeah, that's exactly but that makes perfect sense. Dude, I don't want to walk. See, okay, so even given my background, I don't want to walk the San Francisco streets by myself. I
get it. Yeah.
I would avoid certain parts of San Francisco, even certain parts of LA.
I would avoid certain parts of downtown LA.
Yeah, I wouldn't walk there by myself. I'd feel comfortable with a group of people. You find yourself doing it by four. You suddenly realize, oh shit,
I've definitely done it.
Yeah. But there's just common sense, right? But, you want to go to any restaurant you want to go to, you can go to it, right? It doesn't, see, a lot of times it's not, I think that it's more about class than it is about race. Places you can go and can't go are all based on your ability. If you're a person who doesn't have enough money to go a certain place, you probably shouldn't go. Number one, you're going to go there, you can't afford to be there, period, right? So
right.
If I remember doing this, right? You ever been to restaurants that are valet only? Yeah. Valet parking only?
I've been to one that's valet only.
Right? Really, and that's the funny part, you really shouldn't care about what people think. But when you go to a valet-only restaurant, you really don't want to pull up on a beater. There's just something about like, you don't want to pull up on a beater, right? Because if it's a valet-only restaurant, okay, so there will be people who want to go out for a special night, right? It's an anniversary or whatever, and they're stretching to go to some really nice restaurant, right? Yeah. Valet only, and they show up and maybe it diminishes the experience because they show up in some hoopty, right? And maybe the valet gives them a funny look.
Man, Armand, I've done it before, right?
What's that, Raymond?
I've done that before, right?
Done what?
Like pulled up to the valet with the hoopty and there was tons of people outside.
Okay. I mean, but were you by yourself? I mean, like, what was the scenario?
No, man, like back in the day, I used to run with this guy named Lil Baller. And
what's with the little, hold on, what's with the whole little thing? Why couldn't he be Big Baller?
Because he was small.
Oh, really? He was physically small?
He was smaller than me.
Oh shit! Okay.
He was like they called him Lil Baller. He was like Jermaine Dupri's cousin. This guy's still out there. This is a real person.
Okay.
We used to go. He used to do business in the strip clubs. I was like, trust me, I didn't run around with a gun, but I'm like this guy's shooter. I was with him every night. He'll call me. I'll pick him up. We will go places. And at this point in time, I had a Chevy S10. You know what I'm saying? And I had gotten into a car accident where I knocked the bumper off and I never replaced it. So I'm driving around the Chevy S10 bumperless, and I'm running around with Baller. And we would go. I'm telling you, he took me to every single strip club in Atlanta except Magic City. And we will go to these places, and I'm telling you, it will be packed. And he will make me valet it because he didn't have to pay for valet. Okay. Pull up to the front, shouty. I'm like, for real? And after like the second time of doing this shit, I stopped questioning him. And like I'm telling you, we'll hop out. There'll be tons of people watching this, and we'll just go in there like it was nothing.
Okay, so let's change the scenario. Okay, so it's different when you're showing up to somewhere that you can. Okay, so it's a different scenario to show up to a venue that you can completely afford. Okay, if you can completely afford the venue, you really
it doesn't matter what you pull up in.
No, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you pull up, and obviously, normally people going to these venues pull up something different, right? But there may be a reason why you're driving hoopty, right? But anyway, but what I'm talking about is this: picture it's like a 15-year anniversary. You're not financially successful. You're not broke either, but there's definitely restaurants that you can't eat in all the time, right?
True.
Okay, so let's say that you're a little bit less than financially successful. I mean, like you're a couple rungs down. You're an everyday regular person. Maybe you work in, I don't know, in customer service somewhere, right? You're driving a hoopty, right? We're not talking about a practical Honda or something. You're driving something like the Chevy S10 with the hanging bumper, right? And you're not fixed, and it's not because you're lazy that you didn't fix the bumper. It's because it's the choice between fixing the bumper or affording auto insurance or something, right? Like money's tight, okay? And you show up with your wife to a restaurant, right? Because you want to have this dining experience, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you show up in the hoopty, and the night's so you get there, and the valet guy gives you a little bit of a funny look, right? That starts off the negative part of the night, right? You get inside, and you really can't afford to be there, but you're there for the occasion, right? And because of your background, you're looking at the menu. Now, you should be splurging that night, right? It should be, who cares how much things cost, right? But because you are where you are financially, it does matter to you. Like, you're looking at it and you're like, oh, shoot, this is going to be a $500 for 2 people meal. Right? You're questioning, like, you're not having as much fun because in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, should we really be spending this? Right? Type scenario. Right. See, those people could be black, they could be white, they could be anybody, right? Anybody who's not financially set. It could be many people. And in fact, that kind of behavior might be why they're not financially set. They just insist on spending money they don't have, right? Maybe. Mm-hmm. But I'm talking about a scenario where they're trying to scrape up the money for a special night out, right?
Right.
See, it's not that they can't go there. It's that they're not going to. Because what I just described, they probably won't go because they're not going to feel comfortable. They're not going to enjoy themselves. So they feel they can't go because, see, that's what I'm saying. Like in this country, it's really not about you in terms of what you are from a skin point of view. It's really about you where you are financially. There's going to be people uncomfortable going to certain restaurants. And I don't think they'll ever say they can't go to them because they're poor. They just don't feel good about it. They're not going to have a good time. And it's funny. In the Philippines, we use that in a different way. If you want to not have a bunch of people show up to your party, because let's say it's a wedding, right? You want to have a nice wedding, and you don't want to insult your relatives by not inviting them. You invite everybody in the Philippines, right? So everybody in the Philippines has poor relations living in the provinces. If you don't want to snub them, you send them all invites, but you have the party at a 5-star hotel. They ain't gonna come.
Why?
They just feel out of place.
Oh, I get it.
They feel very out of place in a place like that.
Compared to if I had a house party, they pulling up.
Yep.
But if you do it at a fancy hotel,
they feel
out of place. They're not going to go get dressed for it.
Yeah.
I get that. That makes sense.
Yeah. So that's
even though, like, when we do stuff, because we have family events at 5-star hotels. Those are the ones we are pulling up for because you're spending your money and you want guests there.
Yeah. See, that's the funny part in the Philippines. If you don't want to spend, if you want to limit the guest list, that's what you do. Because they're going to feel
that's crazy.
They're going to feel really uncomfortable. Because remember, some of these people in the province, they live in homes with dirt floors, and they don't have the wardrobe to show up to a place like that. They don't want to show up like dressed like a provincial person. It's embarrassing for them.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, but I would have showed up just like that.
And also, they got to spend money to get there, right?
Oh yeah, you can't hitch a ride.
Yeah, so it's just they're gonna feel badly about it, so they won't show. You invite them because in the Philippines, we actually, so as a business owner there, we actually try to create our businesses based on who we want to serve. You have A class, B class, C class. You actually classify people into classes. And so you want a restaurant. So Handlebar was designed for A class clientele. And A class includes expats, foreigners. So people in the lower classes could never go there because they couldn't afford a drink, period. Right? So we price ourselves and we locate ourselves to target A class clientele only, A and B. Right? Everything's like that. Like girly bars, strip joints. There are no strip joints in the Philippines. It's not allowed, right?
Strip clubs aren't allowed?
No. It's something. Well, there's burlesque. There's some burlesque shows, but basically there's rules over there that are weird, because it's a Catholic-run country.
Oh.
Okay, so certain things you can't have, like casinos are allowed, but there's only a fixed number allowed, and so if you want a casino, one has to close. You take over the. Yeah, so there's, so there's girly bars are different. Girly bars are hosts. So basically, the hostesses are employed to sit with customers. So it's just like a Japanese hostess bar. Okay, it's actually I think it's copied after the Japanese host and hostess bar system. Okay, you walk in, and there's a bunch of attractive women in hostess bars and attractive men in host bars, and they're there. And you as a customer walk in and you choose who you want to sit with you. And they're supposed to be trained in conversation. So basically it's the modern.
Oh, yeah.
And they sit with you. They pour your drinks. They compliment you. They can converse about a wide variety of topics, right? That's how they're supposed to be in a high-end situation. But in the lower end situation, they're just there to look pretty. It depends on what you like. And they pour your drinks for you, and you buy them drinks the whole time. And then it's a thin mask for prostitution, very thin.
Yeah, I met a girl who was doing like a mid-level thing like that. Where because I hear what you're saying with the high class, I see the lower class. I think she was in the middle because it's like she would just be there. People show up and they'll buy them drinks, they'll give them money, and they'll pay for their time.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do anything outside of it. And there was a madam that was a part of the whole thing and everything. Mm-hmm. So I would like, I remember when she was telling me this, I was shocked because I had never heard no shit like this in my life. Dude. No, I ain't never heard nothing like that in my life.
Okay, so
until she told me, and then you're telling me, and it's like, I can't believe this girl's telling me the truth.
Dude, well, here's what's crazy. So this place is gone. This place is gone. Oh wait, Raymond, what happened? Raymond?
Hold on, can you hear me?
There we go. There you go. There you go. Okay, I'm sure this place is gone. Okay, but so when I was much younger, right?
Yeah.
So I've been. It's funny. The host/hostess bar is a very Asian thing. Okay, it's very common in Asian countries. Asian countries are very different than here. Okay, and when Asian people move here, they create environments that they're used to, right? So I used to spend quite a bit of time in the early '90s in a hostess bar. We do business there, a lot of business, in like LA border Santa Monica. Okay. And this was a Japanese hostess bar. It's called The Wave. They used to be there all the time. Now, we're not going to say specific organization names, but there is a Japanese organization that calls that place home. Okay. And it's funny. You go to this place and it's kind of small. It's kind of small. It's dark. It's intimate. It's expensive. Okay. It's really expensive. And the girls who work? The girls who work there are predominantly not Asian. There's a few. The majority of the girls who work there are white girls. Okay. And almost exclusively, they are all going to UCLA.
Yeah, it's almost exclusive. It's for a college girl to make money.
Yeah, great for a college girl to make money. And these Japanese dudes and other Asian guys, we'll spend tons of money in this place, right? It's crazy how much money will change hands in this place.
It always baffles me because I'll be like, when girls tell me some of these things, and I'll be like, they really had that much money? Like, are you really? I really am like this conversation made me realize I am not normal. I'm so sorry. People always told me that I wasn't normal, but like, and I always agree with it, but this was just like a clear reminder I'm not normal because I'm the one who's I've never paid none of these women before. I'm always the one like meeting them on the back end. Like, are you serious? Like, this is what you do? Like, why?
Well, I mean, it's great money for me. Like, here's what's crazy about
it. It is. Yeah. Because they've given me some of the money.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to understand the reason why these things exist, right?
Yeah.
The people who go to these places, the customers who go to these places, the ones who are really there's always going to be, just like a strip club, right? There's always going to be the guy going to a strip club who's going to try to sweet talk his way into going out with some girls there, right? See, the funny thing is that in terms of where you can go to meet girls, the strip club is one of those oxymorons, right? Because it's full of girls that you're not there to meet them, right? Nobody in their right mind.
They're there to throw money at them.
Yeah. You're not going to go create lasting bonds with people you meet in strip
clubs. Why would you want to date somebody that you met that was naked?
True. Right. But it's so funny. It's really, it's just a weird scenario, right? But the thing about the hostess bar or the host bar, The host bar is the opposite scenario. It's for women to go to.
Yeah.
There are never host and hostess bars in one. They're not like that. Never happens. It's one or the other. Okay, it's one or the other. And you know, these are people who are big. I mean, these are people who are okay. So the mentality is different. They're more efficient. They're not looking for relationships. Okay, they want a conversation with somebody of the opposite sex. And they're willing to pay for the conversation. They don't want anything else. Okay. That's how most the legitimate ones, the big expensive ones are, right? Now, if you are financially well off enough going to one of these places, you can generate a mistress or a what's a male mistress called?
A gigolo?
No, I mean, I don't know what you call them. Like, you know, you get your, like a tennis pro could be a male mistress or whatever. I mean, like, you know, you go there enough, they don't form an emotional relationship with these people. They'll go there and the funny thing is even when they're their mistresses, they will still, because they still work. I mean, like, they'll go there and spend time there paying them, and then they'll support them with a condo or something. It's
I think it's a double standard with women. I'm sorry.
What's that?
If I'm a tennis star and you got a husband and you cheating on your husband with me, I'm not your mistress or whatever you call it. You just cheating.
Remember, you're not a tennis star. You're a tennis pro. So you're either
I'm a tennis pro.
Yeah, like, so you're the guy at the club. You cheat
on your husband with me.
Yeah,
you just cheat. I ain't know nothing to you.
Well, no, I mean, but no, in these cultures they have these. So in the Philippines we have DIs.
What's a DI?
Dance instructor. Same thing. So the host bar in the Philippines is not a thing. I've never seen one. I've never seen a host bar in the Philippines. Okay, because we know what the hostess bar is. The hostess bar.
What it is.
See, so if you're a woman going to a host bar, see, there is a double standard. A guy in Asia can be very overt about entertaining himself that way, right? A girl can't. Okay, a girl with money can go out there and do her thing, but she doesn't have the ability to go to the host because people, you know, you got to hide it, right? That's why you have golf pros and tennis pros at the club, and you have the uniquely Filipino thing of the DI, the dance instructor. So there's ballroom dancing clubs all around the country, right? Where women can go to indulge in their hobby of ballroom dancing. A lot of times they can't convince their husband to do it with them because, dude, who wants to go ballroom dancing, right? And you know, so if you're a dude whose wife spends a couple days a week ballroom dancing, okay,
she getting taken down.
Yeah, probably, more than likely, unless she's competitive, unless it's a competitive thing. Where
she's competitive, see, all right.
So I mean, like, that's the thing. So so that's the thing to watch out for. So that's so the DI, the dance instructor, is the gigolo, right? Over here,
DI,
dance instructor.
D.
Yeah. So
that's wild.
So that's what you have there. You have dance instructors, the same way that over here we got tennis pros, we have golf pros.
Oh, that's why you said a tennis pro.
Yeah.
The tennis coach is taking down the wife.
Yeah, the tennis pros and golf.
She just cheating with the tennis coach.
Yeah, tennis pros and golf pros at clubs are people who qualify for the pro card. Like, you know, if you're a golf pro at a country club, you qualify for the pro card, but you don't score high enough to make money playing golf. You're good enough to be a pro, but you're not good enough to make a living at it. So you teach at the club, right? And you're around a bunch of women with money, and who are bored. Remember, oftentimes the DI doesn't have to. You don't have to be married in the Philippines to look for action from a DI or from a golf or tennis pro, right? You can be a woman, an unattached woman with money, because it takes money. That's the thing.
Yeah, you got to pay.
And the thing,
You got to pay for your lesson.
and in those countries, people are willing. See, what are they really paying for? What are they paying for? They're paying
for the deed.
No.
That's what they pay for.
Time?
No. They're paying for the ability to walk away, and that's where it ends, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, they don't want you calling them. They don't want you wanting to hang around. I mean, like, basically you're providing a service is what they're paying. They're paying for the provision of a service and the ability for them to decide when they want to see you or not. All right. It's they're getting what they want on their time. Okay. You're just a contractor, right? That's what they're paying for. See, they don't want all the baggage of a relationship. They don't want to hear you. I mean, like when you're a DI or a hostess or a host in Japan, you are the version of you that they want you to. I mean, like, you're the fantasy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can never become a real person. You can never have a bad day for them, right? That's what they're paying for. They're paying for someone who doesn't have problems, no matter what they really have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in Asia, I mean, like, that's the thing. In Asia, people are more compartmentalized, right? They're completely, it's like outsourcing here, right? They just want to make that something that gets taken care of and it's off their plate, right? They don't want to have to deal with your problems. They don't want to have to deal with your schedule. All they know is that when they need you to be there, or when they want you to be there, not that they need you, when they want you to be there, you're there.
Right.
Right? And when they don't, you're not.
Right.
Right? You only exist when they want you to exist. That's what's being paid for. Right? They're not necessarily paying for a physical act. Right? I mean, they could walk into a club and, remember, these people have a lot of money. Right?
Mm.
So they could walk into any regular club and, just like a person with a lot of money here, they can leverage that to get some action, right? If they wanted to, right? But over there, and even here, I mean, for some certain people, they really don't want to spend time chasing somebody. They don't want to spend time trying to impress somebody. Screw it. Let me just get somebody who fits my parameters and let's make it transactional. Right? They don't really see the need for anything beyond that.
No.
Right? It's hard to think about that as a Westerner. It's hard to think that way for an American, right? Because for a couple of reasons. Number one, that kind of mentality kind of goes along with human trafficking.
It does.
So we really have a hard time thinking that way over here.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, man, a host, you're a host bar. That's human trafficking. The dance instructor is human trafficking. Diddy just went to jail for 4 years.
Oh no, but that was prostitution.
That was prostitution is human trafficking.
There's a difference.
What's the difference?
Well, no. Remember, if it was human trafficking, he'd have gotten way more than 4 years. Human trafficking is when you transport people for the process, and also in human trafficking, it's kind of like inferred that the people who are being trafficked are being trafficked against their will.
Yeah.
So
the people he wasn't. These people were doing it voluntarily.
Yeah. So prostitution is like prostitution becomes human trafficking when you paid somebody to come across state lines.
Mm-hmm.
Then you face some serious problems.
Yeah.
If you've covered their bills, to bring them here, so you get a bunch of professionals in Nevada to come to a party in California. If you gave them the money to fly here, you have a problem.
Oh yeah, or like even if you transport them.
Yeah, if you transport them.
I remember somebody told me that. They was like, you get caught with that girl, that's like cross the state lines with a brick of cocaine.
Yeah.
And I never thought about it like that. Yeah. I was like, dang,
that's what they tried to get Marilyn Manson on.
Yeah, Try to get him on human trafficking.
Yeah, you're trafficking. Right?
Yeah, man. But he beat that. Diddy didn't. Well, he beat the human trafficking.
Well, remember, Diddy wasn't human trafficking, just straight up prostitution.
Straight up prostitution. But, that's a big uproar. They're saying that he shouldn't have got 4 years.
I guess it was probably done because he beat everything else.
That's pretty much what the judge is saying.
Yeah.
And I don't like, let me not sound anti-black here. Like, I don't think Diddy should have got all that charge, but I don't care enough to protest for him. Like, at the end of the day, you did some things that got you in that type of trouble.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
deal with it.
a judge can be a dick about things, right?
And the judge was a total dick about the thing.
Yeah. Think about this though. It's one of those scenarios where, judges should play ball in a way, and they mostly do, right? Like how much could he have gotten? What's the maximum he could have gotten?
Man, at one point in time, they was talking about life.
Well, no, I mean with the charges that stuck.
With the charges that stuck, I think he was only the max was supposed to be like 2 years.
Well, no, obviously it wasn't. I mean, like the max is what the law will allow the judge to hit you with. What's the maximum sentence he could have gotten with what stuck?
No,
because remember, the judge can't give you more than the law allows. He can't do that.
So look, I'm just going off of a YouTube video that broke it down, and they had a whole chart because they were talking about this is a Mann Act violation. So it was a chart where it showed like it had Diddy at certain levels, and the level that he was at, he was supposed to get 12 to 18 months. So that's why people feel like some people are outraged, but I'm not outraged.
Well, how long did he get? 4+.
He got 4 years.
How many?
4 years.
Okay, so what I understand, because I was reading a legal brief on it, so I understand that what he was convicted of carried a maximum sentence of 4.5 years. That's what he could have gotten is 4.5.
And that's pretty much what he got. It was the max.
So what I'm saying is a judge can only give you the max of what's allowable, right? That's what it is. Okay, and it's up to them how much they give you, right? And see. So something like this happened a long time ago that was problematic, right? What? So when Diddy didn't get there by plea bargaining, right? He fought it all, and he
took it to trial,
and he beat some of it. Okay, and
he beat a lot of it.
even if it goes to trial, you can still if you could be in trial and realize something's going, you can still strike a deal, right? So he went to trial, he beat a lot of it. And then what was left that stuck, right? And now the judge has an opportunity to hit him with what he wants to hit him with, okay? And so the judge could give him whatever. So nothing was promised, obviously, because he fought it all and he lost some of it.
Right.
Okay? Years ago, this happened to Roman Polanski. Does that name sound familiar, Roman Polanski?
It sounds familiar, but I thought that was a fictional name. No. Who's Roman Polanski?
Roman Polanski directed Rosemary's Baby. Roman Polanski he's still alive. He's still directing films. He's still an Oscar-winning director. Okay, but he can't do them in America. He lives in, I think, Switzerland. No extradition. Yeah. Okay. Roman Polanski's wife was remember the movie, Tarantino's last movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Mm-hmm.
It ends with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio killing the Manson family, basically. Okay. In real life, the Manson family went to the Polanski's residence and killed his wife and their friends while Polanski was in Europe directing a movie.
Dang.
His wife was pregnant at the time, visibly pregnant. Sharon Tate. His wife was Sharon Tate. Sharon Tate was visibly pregnant when they killed her. Like pregnant enough that they could have ripped the baby out and done shit with it. Like that's how pregnant she was. And the woman that died with her on the scene, I think, was the heiress to the Hunt ketchup fortune.
Woo!
Okay.
They didn't just kill no regular people.
Yeah, there's the Mansons that did this shit to these.
And they wasn't killed by no regular people. That's crazy.
Okay. So Roman Polanski was married to her at the time. And after her death, he's a big director. He was a big director. And he ended up, This is that happened in like, I want to say 70, 71, something around that area, early 70s.
August 9th, 69.
69, happened in 69, okay?
Wow.
Roman Polanski ended up having sex with an underage girl later on. I think she was 15 at the time. Now, that sounds weird to us now. And it should have been kind of weird then, but that was happening frequently back. Remember, in the late 60s, early 70s, I mean, Elvis dated a 16 or 15-year-old, right? Jerry Lee Lewis married his 15-year-old cousin. Okay? This was happening, right? And this girl was a 15-year-old trying to break into movies, right? Not as a child actress, but with adult roles. And a lot of adult roles were being played by young people, right? And so there was some drugs involved, and it was not, I can't remember the details whether or not Polanski knew how old she was, but he did it, okay? And it went to trial. And the defense and the prosecution came to an agreement. Okay, they dealt with each other, and they pled him down to his thing, and the prosecution said that you were not going to get any time because he was detained, right? So like, you would get whatever probation and time served. That's what they promised him, right? What happened they entered the deal, and the judge gave him like 10 years.
Jeez.
The judge did not follow the agreement. So the prosecution and the defense agreed on, and the judge looked at it, and it's the judge there's a maximum that it carries, right? And what the prosecution gives the judge is a suggestion, really, but the social compact within that says the judge follows what they promised. Otherwise, why would you do a deal with the prosecution if the judge is going to overturn it, right?
He's the judge.
Yeah, he can, but they don't, because it sets back the prosecutions. I mean, like, no one's going to deal with the prosecution anymore because they can't trust it, right?
No.
So what happens, the judge hits him with, like, I forget, Quentin, you see up there? Like years. He gave him years, okay? And Polanski just boarded a plane and left.
Oh, yeah, I ain't taking 10 years.
He's been out of the country since then. He has not come back. He can't.
And this happened in when? The 70s?
Yeah. What year?
It was 69.
No, the
when he got sentenced?
The statutory rape thing. When did he actually? Because his wife died in 69, right? So Polanski boarded a plane and flew to Switzerland. He's been there ever since. They've been trying to extradite him the whole time. He just can't go. He can't go to the Oscars. He's actually had movies go for Oscars before.
And he just not coming back.
He directed Chinatown. Roman Polanski directed Chinatown. He's done some of the greatest movies of all time.
And did it. And he went to a country where he could probably be around 15-year-olds.
Yeah, well, yeah, so now he bailed. And the funny part, the 15-year-old now, as an adult, is coming out there saying that, they shouldn't have got him. I mean, like, she made the choice. She was trying to break into films, and they do all. I mean, like, she's saying she's trying to argue to let the guy come back.
Man, please.
But he can't, so he's stuck.
No,
Quentin,
even if you grown and you feel that way, we not agreeing with that.
Quentin, what year did he do it?
1977.
77. So 50
years in prison.
What's that?
It said face charges up to 50 years.
Yeah, so the judge hit him with like real prison time, and he just left.
He was like gone.
Yeah, because the prosecution promised. I mean, like, his lawyers dealt with the prosecution. They promised him, yeah, we're going to give you time served. We'll take it down to this, give you time served, and then we're done. Okay, they agreed. He pled guilty, and boom, the judge hits him. It's like just the judge has got to realize that the prosecutor must have been like, oh man, he's looking like an ass.
Right.
But the judge has the ability to give you the maximum that conviction carries, right? So in this case, the judge is looking at, the judge obviously felt that Diddy should have been convicted on more than just that. So seeing as that's all that he had to give him, he gave him the max of what he had. Right? It's like we couldn't, what were the other charges? Raymond, okay, you're nodding. What were the other charges?
Those are charges for Polanski?
No, for Diddy.
Oh, I don't know all the charges. For
So
him.
they got him with prostitution, but there was the other ones were bigger. The other ones were like way bigger. The other ones,
yeah,
were
but I think
serious.
he beat most of those.
He did. He beat them all.
He beat them all except the prostitution.
Yes, he beat them all.
He had racketeering, conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking.
Yeah, he beat all the big ones. He beat all of them, right? And so all that was left was the prostitution. And so obviously the judge felt cheated by the by the verdict.
The jury, yeah.
And the judge felt the jury should have gone a different direction, and so the judge gave him the max of what was left.
Yeah, I can't blame a judge like that.
Yeah, that wasn't a plea bargain. See, that's the funny thing. Had they plea bargained, because when you plea bargain, when you come to an agreement, the prosecution promises you a certain punishment. We'll take it down to this, and you can have probation and time served if you agree to this. And then there's a promise, right? There's a promise of what you're going to get, right? And the judge should uphold that promise, right? In the Diddy case, there was no promise of what he can get.
Nope.
So the judge hit him with the max.
With the max.
And
they think about they wanted more time on him. Yeah,
which is his right. And, he can do that because there was no promise of any number, right?
Yep.
So you can't fault the judge for that at all. He gave him what he's allowed to, right? But I do take fault with what the judge did to Polanski, regardless of how you feel about what Polanski did, right?
If you give somebody your word, you need to keep it.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Prosecution,
I get that.
there's a process there. The prosecution has to work with the bench. If the prosecution says, give him this, you got to give him that. You can't say, oh, I don't agree with what the prosecution agreed with you, so I'm hitting you with life. What? Right? If that's the case, Polanski could have taken his chances with the jury instead. If you're going to get the max anyway, screw it. Take your chances with the jury.
Take it to court.
Right?
Take it to trial.
So it's a bit of a social compact between those parties. The judge has to play ball if that's happening. But with Diddy, it did not happen. And so what do you think about that? With the evidence being presented, did he do it?
Oh, Diddy did shit. Yeah, Diddy did that. But it's like it's just what we think is what Diddy did worth going to prison for. I don't like for you hiring hoes, male prostitutes to smash your wife. I think that's punishment enough. I don't think you need to go to jail for that. So that's why I'm like, but at the end of the day, laws are laws, rules are rules. You were living lawless, beating on your hoe. You know what I'm saying? Like getting their prostitutes and having freak offs. He was living like lawless. And it came down upon him. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of the conspiracy that, they're just trying to take a black man down because he wanted more money. Forget all of that. I don't care about none of that. No, I do care about it, actually. All that being said, 4 years, that's enough for you to think about what you're going to do, and hopefully you come back right.
And once
because you're going to come back. You're not like R. Kelly, where R. Kelly, I don't know if R. Kelly is ever going to get out of jail.
I don't think so. Well, okay, so once again, we enter the realm of people with more money than normal, right?
Yeah.
Diddy, Epstein, they could have done the things they wanted to do somewhere else where they couldn't get in trouble for it.
Yep.
If you got that kind of money, why do you do stuff? There's a wide world out there where there's different rules for different things in different places. Why do something that's illegal when you
because young women like doing stuff that other women ain't gonna do.
What?
It's just like the boy. Like I was just gonna ask you. Like, have you heard of David?
Yeah, I've been hearing about this guy now. Yeah.
Yeah, like David, like unacceptable, totally unacceptable. But guess what? He found him a freaking 13-year-old that was probably doing drugs with him and like didn't care about what type of drugs that it was gonna take.
But once
That
again,
because you know I never thought about that aspect of it
wait, how did she
until
die?
like well I think she was dismembered like she was killed and like
Whoa.
left inside that trunk.
Wait. But was that done to get rid of the body, or I mean, like that? Okay, a person could
Yeah,
have
she
died
was
of
gotten rid of.
a person could have died of an overdose, right?
Uh,
And then they may have dismembered the body to make it easier to transport,
yeah,
because they just didn't want to deal with the person having died. I mean, but then again, I mean, was she murdered? Did she? Oh, I mean, like, I don't think that's even known yet.
it's not known yet. Like I said, we're regurgitating stuff from like I'm gonna say credible YouTube sources. Like I listen to a very credible YouTube source.
That's an
Uh,
oxymoron. A credible
it
YouTube
it is
source.
an oxymoron, but I'm going with it. I listened to a very credible source, my man Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer, and his take on it was very interesting because he looked at it from a law perspective. He thinks that David is going to get off like Casey Anthony
Okay, why?
because I think what he was saying with Casey Anthony, she had clearly did it and her alibi didn't stick, but there wasn't enough evidence to hold Casey Anthony.
Okay.
And he feels because remember, this is a girl who was dismembered. It's months down the line. Even though she was found in his car, there's still not enough evidence to say that David killed her. Even though she died in his car.
Well, no, she didn't. Well, she was found in his car.
Even though she was found in his car down the street from his house, it's still not enough evidence to say that he did it.
I'm curious to see how this one goes, because that's kind of
I'm
okay.
curious too.
Because they're found in your car. They have been known to have been in your company, right?
He made songs about her. He made a song about her. He said Celeste, the girl with her name tattooed on her chest. He had a song called Romantic Homicide where he killed some girl that looked like her in the music video. Like, this is the wildest shit I've ever heard in my life. That's why everybody's sitting back like, what you mean he hasn't been arrested yet?
Okay, this is really me. Okay, I'm just enamored with this scenario, right? Okay,
it is this is going to be the greatest. This is the greatest. I don't know what it is. Murder mystery since Biggie and Tupac. Like, who killed Celeste?
So David doesn't qualify for what I'm talking about, but in a Diddy situation or or any of these other guys, right? If they had done what they did in a country where the activity that they're engaging in is legal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would be okay. So this dude David and a 13-year-old girl. This is gonna sound terrible for me to say, right? But coming from a point of view of let's cover our bases, there's countries where that's legal.
There's countries where it's legal.
Now, it has changed, but up until relatively recently, the age of consent in Japan was 12. Okay? And that's not the only country that's like that. I'm not encouraging people to go out there and date 12-year-olds. That's kind of weird, right? What I'm saying is
that would have been kidnapping if he would have did that with her.
Yeah. See, but what I'm saying is that what he did takes it to a different level, right? I mean, like, the whole that she's dead thing, that's not legal anywhere, right? But
yeah,
if Diddy had done what he'd done in a different country, he wouldn't be on trial.
Well, male prostitutes?
Dude, there's countries where prostitution's legal.
Dude, it's states where prostitution's legal.
If he'd done this in Vegas, if he'd gone to not Vegas, if he'd gone to I forgot, for the county. There's a county.
Vegas prostitution ain't legal in Vegas?
No. There's a county in Nevada. I think there's two. The Clark and the other one is I forget the names of the county. The county that Reno's in. Clark and I can't remember. Anyway, so you've heard of the Bunny Ranch?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
what the money rich is.
Yeah, so that's where it's legal. So if he had conducted his freak offs in a county in Nevada where that's legal, right? The guests would have been imported, but that's not a big deal. He's not paying the guests to engage in this activity. They are guests who are engaging in activity with paid workers, right? The paid workers are coming from that county in Nevada. It's legal, right? That would not have been an issue. Now, the other things would have been, right? The racketeering, all these other things would have still been a problem, right? But he beat those.
He beat those. He would have beat prostitution.
And there would have been no prostitution charge if he'd done it in that county.
If he would have went and built a big old compound that have freak offs. Yeah.
Dude, land out there is probably cheap to begin with. He could have built this big ass compound. He could have he could have bought a baby oil factory.
It would have been called the Diddler's Lair.
Yeah. The Diddler's Did It Lair. No, dude, it'd be Diddy's Diddler's Dungeon.
That's too many.
Yeah, the Diddler's Dungeon.
The Diddler's Dungeon.
Yeah. That's tongue twister.
Yeah, dude, it could have been there, and he'd have been completely safe because none of the participants in the Diddy thing were underage. That was not an issue. Age was not an issue.
I'm happy that didn't happen. They was trying to pin that on him, and I was like, man,
it was not an issue. Age was not an issue. What became an issue, of course, the things that he beat, but the things that got him was prostitution. Done in the right place. So why do wealthy people insist on committing crimes that are not crimes in other places?
It's just it's the complex with every criminal, Armand. They never think they're going to get caught.
Well, but there's a funny part. Real criminals do. Like see,
these ain't real criminals.
See, the thing
ain't no criminal.
Well, I mean, when you're convicted of a crime and you go to jail, you're a criminal, right? I mean, remember, whether or not, okay, so career criminals, let's talk about them. I mean, they're engaging in activity that is illegal, but they're doing it for gain, right? If you're a drug dealer, you're making money from that stuff, right? If you're a pimp, you're making money from it, right? What you're doing is illegal, but you're profiting from it. You have no choice because a drug dealer doesn't have the option to move somewhere where cocaine is legal because it's not anywhere, right? Okay. Like a marijuana dealer has the option to go to a state where it's legal, but dealing in legal marijuana in California is so crazy expensive. You got to be rich to start with.
Yeah, unless you got like one of those weed shops that there's no security guard at the door and you're gonna walk inside of it like it's a 7-Eleven, the shit ain't legal.
Yeah. So
you will be raided.
Yeah. So, real criminals, they take great precautions to not get caught. Right.
Mm-hmm. Even then, they still don't think they're gonna get caught, though.
Well, I mean, they think because of the precautions they've taken, they won't. But they are careful about many things. They try. I mean, look at the old time mob, like the Italian mob. These guys never if you saw videos of where they lived in regular suburb. They didn't live in massive palaces. They lived in regular 4-bedroom houses in Jersey.
Yeah, it was almost like, why are you even doing crime?
Right? I mean, they're enjoying they have a good life. They don't want for anything, but they don't live large because they try to fly under the radar because they're supposed to be involved in a sanitation company, right? They live at the level that they're supposed to earn at because that's how they catch these guys. Is how do they afford this lifestyle?
Yeah, you pull up in the big old mansion.
Yeah,
they're gonna try to poke and pry. Like, why are you here?
Those are the ones that get jammed up, right? Later on, what they do is they try to amass enough legitimate businesses to mask where they're making their money from, right? But they're taking great pains to not get caught, right? Because it's a true criminal enterprise. It really is an enterprise. Okay, and they want the train to keep on rolling as long as possible. They're going to hand it off to somebody else. And that's why they don't do stupid stuff. Right? So then you ask yourself, like guys like Diddy, they could easily have shifted things around so they don't get caught for these things, right? Guys like Epstein. Okay? There's all sorts of crazy stuff that I mean, there are Europeans living in Asia right now doing wild and crazy things because it's legal there. They don't do it back in Europe. They can't. They do it there because they know that they're not going to get busted there for these things. All right. Now, of course, Asia. So, as lax as Asia is on things sexual, they are extremely harsh on drugs. Dude, you've heard stories about Americans landing in an airport with like a joint and suddenly they're in a Thai prison. And that is legitimately true. Okay. The Philippines has death penalties and life sentences for drug offenses.
That's crazy.
The smallest things, you can get life or death.
But I can date a 14-year-old.
Actually, I think the legal age of consent in the Philippines is 16.
But I can date a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yep.
I mean, I get it, because at the end of the day, they don't got no skid row. Where people were like where you got junkies doing drugs in front of you.
Well, I get it. They do kind of. I mean, because the rules were very laxly enforced until Duterte came in. President Duterte was, he's like a strongman type president, and he did the war on drugs, and the country cleaned up dramatically. And that's another thing that happens in foreign countries. You get people who just walk in and say there shouldn't be crime, and then they just said let's stamp out crime, and they take extreme actions to do that, right? Do you guys remember when Clint Eastwood ran for mayor and won for Carmel?
Yeah.
Dude, I was in college back then, and I remember I went to Santa Cruz, and Clint Eastwood has TV commercials as mayor of Carmel, right? And he actually used his Dirty Harry persona in the TV commercials. So he has a TV commercial where he's talking about crime, and he ends basically it's a commercial about, let's stamp out crime type commercial, and he ends the commercial with, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" He says it. He says in the commercial, he's freaking Dirty Harry, and I loved it. It was awesome. It's like, there's a mayor who's not afraid to get tough on crime, right? You can picture Clint Eastwood walking around Carmel with a .44 Magnum, like shooting people jaywalking. Right? And and that, of course, that's the late 80s, early 90s, right? In Asia, you legitimately get presidents rolling in who will declare wars on drugs and round up street dealers and users and kill them.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, and it sounds terrible to us in America, right? I mean, people are just on both sides of you get people who want a government tough on crime, but they kind of draw the line at death squads.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not a fan of junkies, but you don't kill a junkie, man.
But what's crazy is this: in the Philippines at that time, law-abiding Filipinos, especially those from the upper classes of things, really liked the way the country turned out when that happened. Crime dropped. Oh, dude, crime dropped significantly. I mean, it was turned around because they weren't screwing around. They and these weren't uniformed people running around doing these things, right? These were literally death squads, right? They basically, it's referred to as extrajudicial. These are not government people in uniform doing this. Government people in uniform turn the other way. These are like off-duty people running around. They really did. The thing about that time in the Philippines is that you didn't want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, I mean, I told any friends I had left there, relatives, my warning was, at that time in the Philippines, I would probably not want to own a bar. Handlebar was definitely a place where you ran the risk of some freaking death squad rolling in and taking you out. Because
just the phrase death squad in government sounds horrible.
Yeah. So,
that's crazy.
If I had Handlebar at the time, I'd have kept it running. I just wouldn't have gone. Right,
because you didn't want to get caught by the death squad.
Well, I mean, you don't have to do anything wrong. You could just be in there. Like, for example, if I was there and some idiot was dealing outside the bar, who knows what would have happened?
Yeah, they would have set the death squad on you.
I mean, actually, see, if I was living there and that was my line of business, I would probably have my own squad of people out there stopping people from committing crimes anywhere near my place.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have my team out there. If I see known drug dealers, I have my team of guys move them along. If not
death squad prevention.
Yeah, because if we don't have any, if anybody was coming towards my bar, looking like they were tweaking, get them the fuck out of there. I mean, no druggies coming to my bar, no drug dealers coming to my bar. Anybody who's involved in drugs at all has to be out, right? Yeah, because that's inviting trouble. And so if I had my place at that time, I would have my own security, pretty much knowing who's involved in drugs and who's not, and making sure they get the hell out of there. No one could get too drunk in my place, right? Because that could just lead them to behavior that looks like they're on drugs. So I mean, and it wasn't a long period. I mean, it was a short period of time because they were very efficient. They got a lot of stuff done. They made examples out of a lot of people. And then those who were left abandoned the lifestyle. Right? Because if you see that that's what happens, you for sure ain't fighting back. if you're a drug dealer, you're looking for a new line of work. Right?
Yeah.
It's like they ain't gonna say, man, I got no other choices. Dude, it's funny. People who said I have no other choice, that's why I do this, suddenly found choices in that.
Yeah. And you know what? It's crazy because it's like, man, Anton Daniels was talking about it today, right? Because I mean, it's not a death squad, but Memphis, the National Guard hit Memphis.
Okay.
And people were like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm about to stay inside the house and watch Tubi." And he had said it. He was just like, "It's crazy that once you make people take accountability for their actions, how things change."
Yeah.
It's just like all it took was the National Guard for you to get it together, because most of them will be like, "Man, I there's nothing else I could do," which I stopped believing that excuse a long time ago. Because right now it's like I'm in the same boat as a lot of these guys, right? It's no excuse for you to not make a living for yourself when there's so many other opportunities out here, even if you don't have an education.
Mm-hmm.
You just choose to it's a choice for you to sell drugs.
Yeah. And once that choice, the funny part is people will claim I do it because I have to, right? Until something like this happens, right? And that's the funny part. The National Guard,
the death squad come.
Yeah, the National Guard's no death squad, right?
Yeah, ain't no death squad.
But there are countries where there are death squads, and you don't have those kinds of problems. It's funny in the Philippines because of, and things are loosening up now because that was 2 administrations ago, right? But the drugs, there are drugs, obviously, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what a lot of people do, drug-wise? They use there's a brand of glue called Rugby. That's the brand of glue. It's called Rugby. It's the kind of glue you get in it's the metal container with a screw off top and it has a brush attached to it.
It's real glue.
Yeah, it's a real. The kind of stuff that you smell it and you get high. So
smell it and getting high.
So they call them rugby boys. So you'll see these rugby boys hanging out under bridges with paper bags. They're just huffing glue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like the Philippines does have drugs. I mean, there's problems with drugs, and the funny part about drugs over there is a lot of the drugs are being brought in by foreigners. When I say foreigners,
Mm.
not tourists, but you remember the Philippines is an island, right? When we get illegal aliens, they come in by I mean, like, they'll come in, but they won't be. Imagine this, right? In the U.S., we get illegal aliens from where? I mean, they typically cross our borders through Mexico, right?
Mm.
Or through possibly Canada, but mostly through Mexico, right? So if you're
Mostly.
an illegal alien, our illegal aliens are like South America, right? Central America, Mexico,
Yeah.
right? We don't have a huge number of illegal Croatians here,
No.
right? It doesn't really happen that much. If we have illegal Asians, it's because they came here on tourist visas and overstayed. So we don't get a
Right.
ton of them. We get some of them, right? In the Philippines, we have a lot of illegal Chinese and Koreans. Okay,
Yep.
and they don't overstay. They cut because
Until
they take some freaking boat that because the entire country is coastline, right? So anybody can get a big enough. If we got a big enough boat, we could sail to the Philippines right now, and we can disembark some of them. They'll never know we're there,
mm,
right?
that's why I kind of want to go.
You want to go by boat?
Shoot, ship go left here. I'll go to the Philippines and stay there.
Dude, yeah. And somebody was pointing that out that like the first world countries are almost becoming third world.
They are.
You can get so much better of a life in a third world country right now, an emerging third world country like in the Philippines. You can get great health care. You can have at home staff like you can live large over there for like pennies. It's crazy.
Yeah, like my homie who lived in Bali.
Yeah.
Like he tells me he would never want to come back to here.
Yeah. And the Philippines has the great benefit that most people can speak English. Okay? And they're used to our culture. I mean, the Philippines is based on US culture, a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, I mean, but in some ways there's some backwardness to it, but it's funny over there, it's kind of sometimes people just do stuff that makes sense. It's kind of like over here, right? I don't consider any of us like right-wing people. I mean, we have some conservative opinions, we have some liberal opinions, right? And and the only reason, okay, so like remember, there's the black people who hates black people not meme, but that stereotype on online, black people who hate, and the only reason why they say that is because they don't agree with 100% of what the left says.
Yeah.
Right? Like this is funny. Remember, you guys know Bill Maher, right?
Yeah.
The comedian, the host, Bill Maher. I mean, for the longest time, like when Bill Maher was young, especially, he was kind of like he was more towards. I mean, he's a Hollywood person, so he's gonna be liberal. There's no really such thing as a Hollywood conservative who's working.
Ain't no such thing.
Real conservatives don't get a lot of work in Hollywood. Okay, Bill Maher, in his earlier days, was a little bit more left of center than he is now. See, now as an older person, if you ever look at his stuff, he's kind of more common sense.
Yeah.
He doesn't back some of the more wild, outrageous things that the administration. He's not an administration guy, but he just talked about stuff that makes sense. It's kind of funny watching these people age, because the older they get, the more.
Oh no, the older you get, the more conservative you get.
Yeah, actually, the more realistic you get, really.
Sure. Yep. I'll take that.
It's really about being realistic, because a lot of what progressive thinking people want isn't realistic. They want a world that changes overnight, right? So Bill Maher was actually talking about something the other day that was really interesting, in that every time you try to radically change a whole country's ideology, things go backwards. Things go left on you, right? Like he pointed out stuff like, okay, remember when so Russia, right? The communists took over Russia, right? So Russia went from being a monarchy, because remember there was a czar.
Yeah.
Right? They went from being a monarchy to they end up transforming into a completely communist country, right? A country where nobody owned anything, the government provided for everybody, everybody was equal in all respects. And it was a communist socialist utopia, right? That's supposed to be a utopia where everyone's equal, right? And look what happened to it.
Yep.
Does it exist now? No.
Nope.
It's gone. It's turned into, dude. It's a country where we have some of the fastest growing numbers of millionaires in the world. Right? Russia's gone, right?
So if they embrace free enterprise.
Look at China. China had that cultural revolution where they try to chase out all of the intelligentsia, right? Which end up creating Taiwan, right?
Taiwan.
So but what happened to China? China also that all collapsed. The socialism collapsed, communism, socialism collapsed there too, right? They try to change.
What do they have now though?
Well, technically they're still communists, but dude, they're also growing. They're one of the biggest economies now, and they have private ownership. So it's funny, they still say they're communists, but they're not. It's like communism can't have private ownership. But
it don't even make sense.
They do. It's growing. I mean, it's one of the wealth is growing there like crazy, right? There is no wealth in a communist country because the government owns everything. The people own everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So every time you try to radically change an entire society, it crumbles eventually. Yeah. Okay, they tried overnight to make people think, okay, let's eliminate greed, right? Because that's what communism does. It eliminates greed. They try to eliminate all the worst things in humanity, and what happens?
It fails.
Those worst things are part of us, right? You have to have them to a certain degree, right? So they're trying to transform the U.S. into some utopia as well now, right? So people want the progressives want the U.S. to make a dramatic change, right? It ain't gonna yes, obviously racism is a bad thing. People not accepting other people for specific attributes is a bad thing, right? But can you stamp that out overnight? Can you honestly expect a country that has a certain percentage of people who are like that to overnight just change their minds and become loving of everybody? It's just not possible. I mean, unless we turn
it's not possible, but there's certain things that you could do overnight. I mean, to me, this may be a radical thought, but I don't think it's that radical. I think that it shouldn't be a breakdown amongst race and ethnicity. I think if you're American, you're American.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm talking about making a law, right? Passing laws that outlaw certain activity, right?
Okay.
So let's say, see, you can't outlaw. See, racism. That's the funny part about it. Think about this: is racism illegal?
No.
I mean, certain racist activities are. You can't exclude people based on what would be considered race.
Yeah.
Okay. You can exclude people by making something pay, right? So if you want a private club, you can exclude people by making the club so expensive they can't join.
Mm.
Right? You can exclude people by making it you make it really exclusive, so people have to apply to get in, and you create parameters that you can't create parameters in an exclusive club like that definitively exclude black people, because if you look at the rules and you say, wait a second, that excludes black, you can't do that. You can exclude people based on wealth, yes, right? But if you're in an area where the black population is not as wealthy as the white, and you exclude based on wealth, that's not illegal, because a rich black person can move into that city and join.
Right.
Okay. Would they want to? Probably not. Right.
No.
Would they do it to prove a point? Maybe. Right. But
some do.
Racism is not illegal here. Right.
Mm-hmm.
What is illegal is there's certain things you just can't do. But let's say that you're gonna pass passed laws to make racism illegal. Right? See, right now, racism isn't illegal, but it's definitely frowned upon. Right? The majority of American society doesn't want, even the racists don't want to admit they're racist. Like, the only time a racist would say they're racist is if they're in the Klan. I mean, like, if you belong to a club that is specifically racist, right? You'll lie about it in public, right?
Mm-hmm.
But nobody would say, I mean, like, that's only, so racist people won't say they're racist because they don't think they are. Okay, most racist people don't think they're racist. Okay, they may have a prejudice built in, but they don't think so, right? And even those who are racist wouldn't say it because it just doesn't sound good to say in public. It's like a racist person doesn't want to admit they're racist, even if they know that they are, right? Unless they're in the Klan. Now it's a proud thing. But, so to make us change certain things, I mean, to suddenly for the U.S. overnight to be completely racist free is kind of a little bit too much to ask. Because people may realize they shouldn't be, but they're not going to change overnight, right? The U.S. giving up fossil fuel overnight ain't going to happen either, right? Well, like, what else ain't going to happen? The U.S. giving up its guns overnight?
Never gonna happen.
Never going to happen.
No, I don't think they should ever push that one.
Yeah, that's
I think they might. I think they might do an aggressive push during my lifetime when I'm older.
I don't know. I mean, like, the thing about gun control, I just think that that they take the wrong route. Because it's true. I mean, like, with enough training, you don't need, I mean, like, why do they pick on the AR-15? That's what I don't get. Why do they pick on
because it shoots faster?
Doesn't. Remember, the AR is a civilian version of the military weapon, right? The AR, do you guys remember the A-Team? The TV show, The A-Team? Okay. The A-Team used these rifles called Rugers.
Yeah.
Okay, they were stainless steel. They were bright, shiny on top, and they had wood handles. They looked like they're used on ranches a lot. Okay, those things, in terms of ballistic capability, they fire the same number of they hold the same magazine capacity and fire the same round as an AR-15. They're the same gun essentially.
Well, we just need to run.
They're just shaped different. They're shaped like a hunting rifle. So Rugers don't have a pistol grip in the back. They don't have pistol. So they look like hunting rifles. They look like something that somebody would take out on the ranch. Okay? But they do the exact same thing. There's almost no difference between the two in terms of what they can do.
And semi-automatic?
It's semi-automatic. You can modify it to full auto if you wanted to, but nobody ever does, right? And AR-15 is also semi-automatic. Okay, it can be modified to full auto. Just like, dude, I can modify anything semi-auto. I can modify to full auto. Okay, anything semi-auto, I could probably get a magazine that takes it to 30 plus rounds. Okay, they're all the same. Okay, a person putting up enough time and training can do more damage with a hunting rifle than an AR. Because ARs, generally speaking, are limited to very light caliber. I mean, the bullets they use are very light, right? In fact, a lot of militaries don't use them because they don't think they're good enough to do real damage in combat. Yeah, the Russians, I mean, most of the world uses AK. AK fires essentially what's like a .30. It's a bigger round, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of hunting weapons out there that do way more damage than an AR. Okay, the AR just looks the part, and that's why people buy them, because you can make them look really cool. I mean, you can make them look really tactical. They can look really good, right? But other things do way more damage, right? So I mean, they just have to. They have to learn. They need to know more about what. So if you want to ban something, I mean, like, if you really think about it, what can you ban? Right, the most dangerous weapons out there are used in hunting. Right, if I wanted to make a hunting rifle tactical, I could. But I don't know. Just guns ain't going nowhere in this country. Because Americans value their freedom, right? Like Americans don't want to be told they can't do something. If it's legal, we can do it, right? So I mean,
we can do it.
So I mean, like Raymond, what's something you're really into, like a physical possession you really like?
I don't have no physical possession. I don't really like that. That if you took it, I would care.
Well, I mean,
I don't own gun. Yeah, if you told me I couldn't use my computer, probably.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is this, right? Let's say that you get into sunglasses or sneakers. You want to buy sneakers, right? You want to collect sneakers. You want to collect sunglasses. What if you were told you can only buy one pair of sunglasses a month?
And like I said, like I wouldn't care that much. This is younger Raymond would have had a problem. This Raymond, I don't really care that much. If you told me I can only buy one pair of sneakers a month, I wouldn't care.
But there's that thing.
I only buy one. Like if I was a super sneakerhead, probably I'll feel some type of way.
But there's that thing though. The fact that you can't, they're limiting you. Why are they limiting you?
I understand limit. Like, okay, like one thing that just hit, and they're doing it in the United Kingdom right now, is the digital ID. Where if you don't have a digital ID, you can't work. That's something I will stand up and buck against. Like, you're not about to tell me I can't work just because I don't got this ID.
How about this one? You can't buy more than one piece of real estate per month.
If I had the money and I was buying real estate and you told me something like that, yes, I'll protest.
Yeah. See, but the thing is this.
If that was a part of my business, yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. See, Americans don't like to mean like, if you can afford to buy more.
I get it. I don't want to be told what to do.
It's a freedom
leave me alone.
Right? It's a freedom thing, right?
Yeah.
Why can't I buy more than one piece of property per month? Why can't I buy more than one car a month? Why can't I buy?
Yeah, like even in New York, how are you because they about to try to elect a socialist mayor.
I know.
Why are you taxing me because I'm rich?
Yeah.
That doesn't even make any sense. Like, why are you punishing me because I'm rich?
Yeah. It's like, why punish people for being successful? It doesn't make any sense at all.
That doesn't make anything like that type of stuff. It doesn't make any type of sense.
But the crazy thing is this: is that the truly rich don't care, right? I mean, if we're going to increase taxes on you because you're rich, right? Here's the funny part: you can show negative. A lot of wealthy people show negative income, right?
Yep, we're gonna figure out a way around it anyway.
Yes, I mean, like the only people who care are the people who don't know the tax breaks. Like when they talk about increasing taxes, Trump doesn't care because he doesn't pay them anyway, right? And not that he doesn't pay them by evading them, he pays them. I mean, he's legally.
He pays them by reporting what he needs to report.
Yeah, he's struggles
because you're not gonna go and check my bank account.
Yeah, the dude's doing fine. I mean, that's the thing. So if you're in New York and you're worried about this increase in taxes for rich people, it's because you're rich enough to be rich, but you're not crafty
rich enough to know how to obey
to know how to not pay. Right? Or you're that rare person who wants to pay your fair share.
Yeah, you want to pay you want them to tax you.
Yeah.
Tax me. Like, man, get out of here with that.
Yeah, but just that thought.
Like, there are certain things like that I will stand up against. That type of stuff.
They're trying to limit your ability. They're trying to cap your net worth. How's that one? You can no American can be worth $1 billion. How's that?
And guess what? That's a lie because there's always going to be billionaires. Well, that's something that they're just trying to tell people.
Well, no, but there are people out there who feel that billionaire status is obscene. So basically, they're trying to say that they're capping. See, because they can't cap income. What they can cap is net worth. Right.
Look.
So
people are like we were just talking about billionaires at the beginning of this. Jeff Bezos. I can walk outside and there's an Amazon person delivering something at this point in time. Jeff Bezos deserves to be a millionaire.
Yeah, he did that. He deserves it.
I can drive I can drive up the street, and I'm pretty sure a Tesla is going to pass me.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk deserves to be a millionaire. I'm wearing Ray-Ban Meta glasses. Zuck deserves to be a billionaire.
Yeah. And they're
like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I don't think they're ever going to be able to cap net worth. It's impossible. And but yet there are people pushing that. It's insane.
No.
What
yeah, those are the type of people that need to just be. We always have to have people that fight against people like that.
Yeah. But what's nuts is some of these people were elected to office. I mean, how can you represent America and not be on board with a meritocracy? I mean, like, how can you represent a country that's built on being like, the concept of like, no one ever talks about the Lithuanian dream, right? The catchphrase is the American dream, right? When's the last time you heard about like the Nigerian dream, like
the Chinese dream?
I'm living the China dream. No, right? It's the American.
Nobody ain't never. I never heard I'm living the UK dream. I ain't never heard I'm living in the French dream. I ain't never heard none of that.
Yeah.
That's why, like what we was talking about last week when the lady was like, "When has America ever been great?" When it was on the airport, I was like, "I'm not even gonna argue with you right now." You know what I'm saying? It's not even worth it.
But there's that thing.
Because you obviously don't know nothing.
How can you represent any part of America and you're trying to put limits on how much Americans can earn, right?
That's why we probably need to make government smaller and chop some of these people down where they don't even have positions. Because I'm telling you right now, a lot of those positions are obsolete. They don't really do anything. They were just talking about.
No, I'm talking about people like AOC. She's elected. She's a congresswoman.
Yeah, I know. She shouldn't even have a job. Because what does she do?
Remember, but somebody has. Remember, okay, so they exist for a reason. So every state has a certain number of them, right? So
right.
Congress people are tied. I believe Congress people are tied to population. The number of them is tied to population, right?
Right.
So there has to be a certain number of them for every number of us, right?
Right.
And so she has a legitimate job, right? Someone's going to have that job, right? The question, see, the thing is this, is that who the hell voted for someone who wants to cap income for America? I mean, like, who voted for an American who's not American? I'm not saying that she's not from here. I'm not saying she's not a citizen, but, at her core, she's not American. Her beliefs don't jive with America, right?
Yeah.
Any socialist
these are people, but these are people who order off of Amazon, use Facebook, drive Teslas, and they're talking about capping billionaires.
Yeah.
It's a hypocrisy.
Well, that's the funny thing. I mean, like, maybe not. I mean, like, well, what they're talking about.
They definitely eat at McDonald's.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay,
like they use products and use services that are created by billionaires, and they're trying to tell you that they're trying to cap billionaires.
But here's the thing, though. It makes sense, though, because their proposal, okay, allows a billionaire to earn money, right? But gets capped at a net worth of $1 billion. Anything above and beyond is donated to the public.
Nah, because what are you going to do with it?
What's that? Fund government.
What are you going to do with it?
They're going to fund. See, what they want to do is they want to take a billionaire's excess.
They already don't fund the government programs with the money that they got right now.
Well,
you're just extra money that you're going to spend in waste. It's just like all the people who get all the homeless people money out here in California. And guess what? I can walk outside and walk around the street. There's homeless people still on the street. Mm-hmm. There's nothing that is going to become good with a government official or a government that makes more money. They're not going to do. There's somebody's going to be corrupt and take it.
Okay, let's talk about that. Okay, so Europe is talking. Okay, France is having a problem now because remember, France is one of those countries where the government gives everybody tons of stuff. I mean, like France France subsidizes low. If you are in an industry that doesn't earn that much, France tries to keep your industry alive by subsidizing the workers in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what they do. There are certain industries that they subsidize workers in the industry to give them a higher wage so they can pay for things and still be in that industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in many ways, if there's an industry that pays so little that it can't give its workers a living wage, that's probably because the industry's failing.
Industry's failing. We don't really necessarily
you don't need that
it.
industry, right?
Yep.
I mean, if fewer people worked in it, maybe people would. That's the crazy things. Like, why are you propping up a dying industry with subsidies? It doesn't make any sense, right? But France is like that. So France is a problem. So France's prime minister, I think, just resigned after a few weeks in office. They took office and they resigned because I guess things just weren't heading there. It's like, they saw the problem and said, screw it, I'm out, right? I can't deal with this. I'm not going to be the guy who leads this country into a fiery rebellion. So he's out, right?
Right.
See, that's what happens. See, every government has programs that is paying for, right? And it needs some way to pay them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? France has some of the highest taxes in the modernized world.
Wow.
France is, I mean, it's no joke. Europe, your taxes in Europe are crazy. American tax is nothing compared to European taxes. There's a lot of socialism going on to a certain degree in Europe.
Yep. There's a whole bunch of socialism.
And but now places like France are realizing that, because they get their money from taxing everybody. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When the economy starts to fail, they start seeing less tax revenue, and the programs are still there. They got to fund. So France goes into France is tremendous debt. France is in deep debt to fund their programs. So they tax the people not enough. So they borrow from other countries like China, like us, right? And they fund their programs instead of letting them go. If you can't afford Netflix, do you borrow money from your next door neighbor to pay for Netflix? Or do you cancel Netflix?
Cancel Netflix.
Right? So France should cancel some of their programs that they can't afford to keep going, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they're always looking for ways to generate revenue. So that ridiculous capping the billionaires thing ain't never going to happen, but they see that as a way to see. The US has, remember they talked about before 19-something, was it 1913, there was no income tax here?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's because the government didn't have a lot of programs. They didn't fund shit back then. They had no public service programs, no public welfare programs. It didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I hate to go on a conspiracy thing because it's not a conspiracy, but it's one of the things like with government, they create the problems and then provide the solution to the problem that they created, right? I think in this situation where they're asking for more money for more welfare programs, it's just like, okay, like pure example, right? Chicago.
Okay.
Chicago has an incompetent mayor and actually has had an incompetent government for a while. Crime is crazy. It's so crazy to where we hear about it and it's became normal that every 4th of July we hear about 50 people getting shot every 4th of July. And it's been happening for over a decade.
Okay.
They, of course, are trying to fight against Trump, bringing in the National Guard to not only handle ICE raids, but to lower the crime, right? The mayor was like, no, we need more public funding, right? But what did you do with all the funding and actually the resources that you guys were using, right? Why I know that they're incompetent is because they had they had their parking meters, like they sold it to a private company.
Yeah.
And the person that they sold it to already made their money back and is about to make profit for another 10 years. They made stupid decisions like that, but
Yes.
You're asking for more money. You know what I'm saying? Like, why don't you just take responsibility that, okay, you messed up? They're defunding their police department where you have a crime problem.
Yeah. I mean, I read about that. That was a very short-sighted move to sell off their parking meters. Very
Just take responsibility that you mishandled the fund. That's why I don't feel like the government don't need no more money. Use the money that you don't need to tax me more. We didn't really need to do tariffs. Like, we didn't really need to do none of that. Use the money more wisely, and then just leave everybody alone.
Well,
that's how I look at it.
What they got to do. I mean, remember, so the government is the government shut down right now? Did they come to? They shut down right now. Okay, it's all comes on the budget.
See, they came to agreement.
Okay, so let's talk federal. It's different than state. Chicago is a state problem. Okay, let's talk federal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before income taxes, the federal government had very few programs that it ran, and it didn't subsidize state anything, right? The only thing the federal government had back in those days was the military. That's pretty much the only program that it ran.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? If I'm getting this wrong, I apologize. Who did the New Deal?
Fred Douglass.
It's a president. President
Roosevelt.
Was it Roosevelt's New Deal?
Yeah, it was Roosevelt, but I don't know why I want to keep calling him Frederick. What is it?
Franklin.
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Who created Social Security?
Let's find out.
Fine.
See, Social Security. Social Security may not. I mean, in reality. So, do you know how Social Security works?
I mean, you're getting Roosevelt.
1935.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. See, Social Security works this way. So when we pay Social Security, we're not investing money in ourselves. We're not setting aside money in a fund that's going to grow for us to use. That's not what the money's for. Social Security payments now from us go to people who are retired. So our payments go to funding someone else's benefit immediately. So the money that goes into it goes back out immediately to somebody who's receiving it. So we're paying SS in, and they're getting it now, right? The reason why we pay SS in to give it to somebody else is so that we qualify to take the payments from somebody else later, right? What is that called? It's a Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
Social Security is a massive, massive Ponzi scheme. And what's the problem with Ponzi? When do they collapse? People have made money with Ponzi schemes. Okay. I'm not ashamed to admit it. In my younger days, I made money in the Ponzi scheme. Okay. Happens all the time. It's like, $2,000. Yeah, I can get some people. Right. Okay. And you get into it and you get out of it. And you don't go back in, because the reality of a Ponzi scheme is it collapses when it gets too big. Right. So if the three of us started a Ponzi scheme right now, right, where we each brought in two friends, and they brought in two friends, and they brought in two friends, it's easy to find new people to bring in the beginning, right? If you're in this scheme, when you've reached like 15,000 people being in it, now you get people who are struggling to find two friends with $2,000. And when it collapses, you're the visible faces that get blamed for it, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what SS is, because there are more people retiring in the next 15, 20 years than there will be people working to pay for their retirements. Okay, so my generation's huge. Gen X is massive. There's a lot of us. And when we retire and the next one retires, there's not going to be enough people paying into. So at some point in time, SS is going to collapse. The country is facing a scenario where we have a lower birth rate, right? The U.S. birth rate has declined. The only way to keep the population growing with workers to pay in this growing SS is to give more birth to Americans, or to let more people in as citizens. Okay, that's one reason to allow crazy immigration. Okay, but they got to come in and be able to work and pay taxes, right? But still,
they were.
See, SS is going to collapse if there's not enough workers currently working to pay out the benefits. It's got to come from somewhere. Okay, so I mean, like we could be looking at a time in the very near future where SS payments from current workers are not enough. They're going to have to start taxing us more for SS, which is that ain't going to fly because we already pay SS. Why are we going to pay more money to pay for SS benefits for being like, what the hell's that? What are they going to even call that? Right? Are they going to increase our SS taxes to pay off the benefit? I mean, that's just nuts. It's a scenario for failure because if the smaller working population has to pay even more Social Security to pay the money to this larger retired one, well, they're going to expect more when they retire. So the next generation of workers have to pay even more to fund them, and it's going to collapse. See, SS was a great idea when Roosevelt put it into play because it was early in the game, right? Now you're looking at this crazy collapsing Ponzi scheme.
Huh. I bet you once SS collapsed, the dollar will collapse.
It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be a really ugly thing because think about it. When SS collapses, there's gonna be people who paid in and not gonna get anything back from it.
Yeah.
That's if it does collapse and they stop collecting it, well, they're screwed. The people who paid in and haven't gotten anything. They say that my generation may be the last generation to collect SS. If they can't do something about it, if it goes at this trajectory right now, the Gen Xers will be the last people to ever collect SS.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's nuts. And that's what happens when you promise something like that, because SS was created it's designed to be a safety net for retirees. It's not supposed to be what you retire on. You're supposed to have savings and pensions built up. SS is supposed to be a safety net. SS is designed to give you your basic needs. It makes sure you don't starve and it pays rent, maybe. Right? That's what it's designed for. It was never designed to be your exclusive retirement vehicle. But a lot of America has gone that way. Right? So yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's so much. I mean, we've gotten complicated. That's the problem. The country's running this thing is way too complicated. There's so many programs that have to get funded that need taxes to run them. Right? I mean, there's so many things that we just got to cut back on stuff. Okay, rather than going to debt.
True.
Right. And there's only one. That's the funny part. You got to give props. Got to give credit where credit's due. The only American president to ever balance the budget, ever eliminate the debt.
It was Clinton.
Yep. Big Willie left office, and our books were balanced. That's crazy. I mean, regardless of his other activities, Clinton was a hell of a. I mean, just by that alone, how can you argue with the guy?
Nope. That's why I didn't care that he got his dick sucked in the office. Yeah, but you know what? When that happens, it's about that time.
Yep. Okay, so it's about that time when one of us drops because his computer overheated. That's that time. Dude, I'm just seeing now how crisp and clean your image is.
What, this?
You had a good crib. Okay, when you're a bit forward, the focus is awesome.
Oh, yeah. I've been playing with because I notice when I'm back further, it looks better, but when I get a little bit closer this,
now you're in focus.
Kind of gets a little
solid focus.
It's a solid focus, but it's like grainy almost. Like
it looks good,
like
though.
Pixelated.
Here he is. Here he is. Quentin, you're on speaker.
I had a weird thing happening. I only got lights in like one room.
Oh, his power went out. Okay.
Oh, went out again?
No, Raymond's there. Raymond is there. Anyway, when this happens, it's time to sign off. So we got Quentin on speaker. I don't know if my mic is picking. Quentin, say something to the mic.
I'm still here. I'm here.
Quentin is there, but he's not there. Quentin had a power outage, so we're gonna sign off.
Wow.
So once again, we've had the interesting meandering talk. I mean, we live in times that are talkable. I mean, There's all sorts of crap to talk about. That's the one great thing about the adversity. People with podcasts never run out of stuff to say.
Exactly.
Yep. But anyway, I'm signing off. So thank you guys for being here. I am Armand. On the phone here is
Quentin.
There we are. Hopefully the mic heard that. And with me on
Yep.
screen.
What?
With me on screen
is Raylo. And I'm out of here, man.
There he goes. Raylo's out of here. Okay. Thank you guys for being with us. We'll catch you guys in the next one. I'm waving at the camera, Quentin. Go ahead and.
Good night, yo.
Yeah, the phone's waving too. See you guys. Y'all have a good night.